The road on my phone just disappeared again. 1 second it was there, a thin gray line cutting through green emptiness on the map, and the next second, nothing, just blank forest. I stopped walking. My thumb kept rubbing the screen like that would fix it, like the map would feel sorry for me and come back. But it didn't. The signal bar dropped to one shaky line, then froze. Somewhere ahead, the trees stood too still. Not normal stillness, the kind that feels like they're waiting. I checked the paper map too. Same thing. The trail I was supposed to follow wasn't drawn properly, like someone had erased it with soft fingers. That was my first question. How does a place disappear from two different maps at the same time? I looked back down the dirt road behind me. My car was still there, far away now, just a small shape between trees. It already felt like it didn't belong here. I should have turned around then. But I didn't, because that was the second strange thing. Locals don't warn you about places like this. They avoid them. And I still remember the old man at the gas station 2 hours back. He didn't even look at me when I asked about the forest trail. He just said, "There's no trail there." I laughed a little, told him I had GPS. That's when he finally looked up. And he said something I didn't understand until now. Maps don't make it real. They just stop drawing it when it wakes up. At the time, I thought he was just one of those rural people who like stories. Now I'm not so sure. Because I'm standing exactly where the map ends. And something ahead feels like it's starting. The air changed as I walked in deeper. It wasn't cold or hot. It was quiet in a way sound can't explain. Even the insects stopped. That was the first pattern break. Nature doesn't pause like that unless something is wrong. I kept walking anyway. My boots pressed into soft soil that felt too clean, like it had never been stepped on before. But I know that's impossible. There are supposed to be hiking paths here. At least, there were yesterday when I checked online. I stopped again, pulled out my phone. No signal. But the strangest part wasn't that. It was the map app still open on my screen. The blank space where the forest should be was slowly shifting, like something under it was breathing. I blinked hard, thinking it was screen glitch. But then the blank space updated. A single line appeared. Not a road. A suggestion. A path drawn in real time. My stomach tightened. I didn't draw it. No system notification popped up. It just appeared. Like something inside the forest knew I was looking. I whispered, "No way." And right after I said that, something very soft happened. A sound. Behind me. A step. I froze. Slowly turned my head. Nothing. Just trees. But my mind caught up too late to my ears. That step wasn't loud. It wasn't even close. It sounded like it had already been waiting for me to notice it. I told myself it was an animal, a branch, anything normal. But the silence after it felt wrong. Like the forest was now listening through me instead of around me. I started walking again, faster this time. The new path on my phone stayed visible, glowing faintly. I don't know why I trusted it, but I did. That's the scary part. When something impossible feels more reliable than your own instincts. The trees grew closer together. Too close. Like they were narrowing the space on purpose. That was the third question forming in my head. Why does it feel like the forest is guiding me somewhere, instead of letting me through? I stopped again when I saw something tied to a tree. A piece of red cloth. It wasn't old. It was too bright. Like it had been placed there minutes ago. I walked closer. My hand hesitated before touching it. It was damp. Not wet like rain. More like breath. Fresh warmth trapped inside fabric. I pulled my hand back immediately, and that's when I noticed something carved into the tree above it. Not letters, not symbols, just a line scratched again and again, like someone tried to draw a straight path but kept failing. And underneath it, barely visible, "Don't follow the second path." My throat went dry. Second path. I looked back at my phone. The glowing line on the map flickered. For half a second, I saw something else underneath it. Another line. Parallel. Slightly offset. My pulse jumped. I whispered, "There are two." The forest didn't answer, but something moved deeper in. Not a branch. Not wind. Something that understood what I said. I started walking again, slower now. Every step felt recorded, like the ground was remembering me. That's when I noticed footprints. Fresh ones. Ahead of me. Human. Barely visible, but definitely recent. They were walking in the same direction I was, which should have been comforting. But something was wrong. They weren't coming from behind me. They started right in front of me, as if whoever made them appeared halfway down the path. My breathing got shallow. I followed them without meaning to, because that's what humans do when they see proof of another human in a place that shouldn't have any. The footprints led deeper into the trees, and the deeper I went, the quieter everything became. Even my thoughts started feeling louder than the world. Then I saw something that made me stop completely. A backpack, hanging from a branch. Clean, not torn, like it had been placed there carefully. I recognized it instantly, because I had seen the same model online while preparing for this trip. It was a standard ranger pack, but what froze me wasn't the bag. It was the small tag attached to it. A name written in black marker. Ranger Elias. My stomach dropped, because I had read about him. Missing person report. 3 weeks ago. Last seen near a forest zone that was officially marked as unstable terrain. I stepped closer. My hand shook as I unzipped the bag. Inside was a recorder. Old style. Still blinking red. Still on. My first instinct was to turn it off, but I didn't. I pressed play instead. A voice came through immediately. Calm. Too calm. Like the person speaking had already accepted something I hadn't yet. "If you are hearing this," the voice said, "then you are walking the wrong version of the forest." I stopped breathing. The forest around me felt closer now, like it leaned in to listen with me. The voice continued. "There are paths that exist only when you are not looking directly at them." A pause. Static. Then something that sounded like a breath. Not from the recorder. From somewhere near me. I spun around instantly. Nothing. But my eyes caught something new. The footprints had changed direction. They were now facing me. Walking toward me. I stepped back. The recorder kept playing. "If you see your own footprints ahead of you," the voice said softly, "do not follow them." My heart slammed in my chest. I looked down, and for the first time I noticed it. There were footprints behind me too. Fresh, facing forward. But I had not walked that way yet. I whispered, "That's not possible." The recorder crackled again, and the voice added something that made my skin go cold. "Don't trust the map. It learns your direction." The blinking red light on the recorder flickered, and for a split second, I heard something else underneath the recording. A second voice, whispering my name. I dropped the recorder immediately. It hit the ground softly, but the forest reacted like it heard a gunshot. Every tree felt like it shifted at once. The path on my phone changed again, this time faster. The line split. One stayed bright. The other started glowing stronger. And I realized something I didn't want to understand. The forest wasn't lost. It was choosing where I should go. And I was no longer the one deciding which path I was on. As I stood there, frozen between two impossible directions, I heard footsteps again. Behind me. Closer this time. Slow. Patient. Like something had finally caught up and was no longer in a hurry. I didn't turn around, because something inside me told me the worst part wouldn't be what I saw. It would be realizing it had been walking with me the entire time, and that I had been following it long before I entered the forest. The forest is repeating my thoughts, not in my head, outside, like it's speaking them back to me a few seconds late. I freeze with the tent half open in my hands, nylon shaking slightly in the windless air. I just thought, this place is wrong. And somewhere between the trees, something whispers it back. Same voice, same tone, but not me anymore. I drop the tent bag instantly. The sound is gone, but the silence that follows feels heavier than before, like it's listening harder now. I look around. Nothing moves. No birds, no wind, no insects. Only trees standing too close together, like they've slowly been gathering while I wasn't watching. I swallow hard and force myself to breathe. It's just echo, I tell myself. Maybe sound bouncing weird in the forest. Maybe stress. Maybe lack of sleep. But even as I think that, I already know I don't believe it. Because echo don't answer questions you didn't speak out loud. I kneel back down and try again. Hands shaking. I pull the tent fabric over the ground, trying to focus on something normal. Simple task, stakes in the soil, rope tight, shelter first. Survive first. Think later. That's what I tell myself. But then it happens again. A thought slips through my mind without permission. I shouldn't have come alone. And immediately, a whisper from the trees. I shouldn't have come alone. My body goes cold. This time I turn fast. Too fast. My eyes scan every direction at once, like I might catch the sound still escaping. But there's nothing. Just trunks, shadows, stillness. Even the leaves seem paused mid-breath. I back away from the tent slowly. My boots crunch softly on dry earth. That sound feels too loud in the silence. I whisper, hello. Stupid, I know it's stupid the moment I say it. No answer. Only the same pressure in the air, like the forest is leaning closer without moving. Then something new breaks the pattern. A sound. Not a whisper this time. A faint imitation of laughter. Very soft. Very close. I stop breathing again. It doesn't feel human. Not because of how it sounds, but because of how delayed it is. Like it's copying something it just learned. I step backward until my shoulder hits a tree. Cold bark presses through my shirt. I can feel the rough texture against my skin, grounding me for a second. Then I hear it again. Right behind me. Not laughter this time. My own voice, but calmer than I remember speaking today. I think I'm not alone. My throat locks, because I didn't say that. I didn't even think it that clearly. I turn slowly. Nothing behind me. Only deeper forest. But now I notice something I didn't before. The trees are not random. They form patterns, almost like spacing. Almost like listening positions. I take a step forward. The ground feels softer here. Wrong soft. like soil that's been walked on too many times in the same invisible path. My tent sits half assembled behind me, forgotten. I should finish it. I should set up camp properly. But something stronger pulls me away from it. Curiosity, fear, that awful human need to confirm what is hurting you. I walk deeper between the trees. Not far, just enough to hear better. That's what I tell myself. But I already know I'm following something I can't explain. And then the whispering starts. Not one voice, multiple, very low, very soft, coming from different directions. At first, it sounds like wind, but there is no wind. Then I realize something that makes my chest tight. The whispers are not random. They are organized, like conversation, but broken. Fragments of speech, pieces of sentences that don't belong together. I stop and listen. One voice says, "He stopped." Another answers, "No, he's still moving." My pulse jumps. I take a step back. Then I hear my own thought again. Louder this time. "I need to leave." And the forest replies instantly. I need to leave. But it doesn't sound like imitation anymore. It sounds like agreement. Like it understands. I press my hand against my chest. My heartbeat is too loud. Too real. Too human for this place. I force myself to speak out loud, testing it. "Who is there?" Silence. Then, a whisper slightly delayed. "Who is there?" I shut my eyes for a second. This is not echo. This is not reflection. This is response. I open my eyes again and scan the trees carefully. That's when I see it. A small mark on one trunk. Fresh scratch. Like fingernails. It wasn't there earlier. I move closer slowly. The bark is torn in thin lines, almost like writing. But not letters. More like someone tried to carve sound instead of words. And under it, something darker is pressed into the wood. I lean in. My stomach drops. It's a sentence. Not carved by tools. By pressure. Repeated pressure. Like someone kept writing the same thing while forgetting how to stop. Don't speak out loud. My breath catches. The forest reacts instantly. A whisper rises from behind me. "You spoke." I spin. Nothing. But now I understand something worse. It is not repeating my thoughts randomly. It is selecting them. Like it's listening for permission. I step back from the tree, my foot slipping slightly in soft soil. My balance shifts. For a moment, I feel like I might fall deeper into the ground itself. I freeze. The whispers pause. Everything pauses. Even my breathing feels suspended. Then a new voice joins the pattern. Not mine. Not copied. Different tone. Familiar somehow. Older. Calmer. It says he's aware now. I turn my head slowly. No source. But the trees feel tighter. Closer. Like distance itself is shrinking. I take one step back toward my camp. Then another. I just need to get out of this listening zone, I think. If I stop feeding it words, maybe it stops responding. That thought gives me a small bit of control. A small lie that helps me move. I walk faster now. Branches brush my shoulders. Each touch feels intentional. Like the forest is checking if I'm still here. Then I hear something that makes me stop completely. My own voice. Not delayed. Not copied. Immediate. Behind me. Very close. It already started. I turn so fast I nearly fall. But there is nothing. Still nothing. Yet the feeling is different now. Not just watched. Recorded. Like I've been spoken into a system I don't understand. I rush back toward my tent. The trees blur slightly as I move faster. The whispers follow. Not chasing. Just staying with me. Like they don't need to run. Because I'm already inside them. When I reach the camp, I stop suddenly. The tent is no longer half open. It's fully closed. Zipped shut. I stare at it. My hands go numb. I don't remember closing it. I don't remember touching it. I take one slow step forward. The fabric shifts slightly from the inside. Just once. A soft movement. Like someone adjusting their position to listen better. And from inside the tent, I hear a whisper. Very quiet. Very clear. It says my name. And for the first time, I realize something I didn't want to understand. The forest isn't repeating my thoughts. It's learning my voice. And something inside my tent is already practicing it without me. Something is walking behind me, but I am afraid to turn around. That's the first line I see carved into the tree. Not written. Carved deep, like someone pressed a blade into living wood while their hand was shaking. My breath stops. The forest around me feels tighter than before, like the air itself is shrinking around my chest. I didn't want to come this far in again. But I did. Because the whispers from my tent didn't stop. They followed me. So I walked. And now I'm here. Standing in front of a tree that feels like it's been waiting for me longer than I've been alive. The wind should be moving leaves. But nothing moves. Even sound feels afraid here. My eyes drop to what's nailed into the trunk. A journal. Old. Wet at the edges. The paper is swollen like it has been breathing moisture for years. A rusted nail goes straight through it, pinning it into the bark like an offering. My hand hesitates. Something inside me says don't touch it. But curiosity wins. It always does. I pull it free. The nail screeches against wood. That sound feels too loud, like the forest flinched. I open the journal slowly. The first page is written in shaky handwriting. I read, I am Ranger Elias. If you find this, you are already standing too close. My stomach tightens. Elias, the missing ranger. The same name from the recorder. My fingers go cold instantly. I look around instinctively, even though I know nothing will be there. But now I feel it more clearly. That presence behind me. Not close. Not far. Just aligned with me. Like it is always standing in the exact place I refuse to look. I force myself to keep reading. The next line is worse. I stop turning around on the third day. My throat goes dry. The handwriting gets more uneven after that, like it was written faster under pressure. I used to think it was following me, but I was wrong. It was always already there. I swallow hard. A branch creaks somewhere behind me. I don't move. I refuse to give it attention. The journal continues. I tried everything, running, sleeping, walking in circles. It stays behind me, no matter where I face. It does not move like an animal. It moves like certainty. That last line makes my chest feel tight. Moves like certainty. What does that even mean? I turn one page carefully. The paper sticks slightly, like it doesn't want to separate. The next entry starts with a sentence that feels like it was written at night. I tested something. I stopped for 1 full hour. No movement. No sound. But it still stayed behind me. I know because I could feel where it was standing without looking. My eyes flick upward for a second. The forest feels different now. Not darker, not lighter, just aware, like it knows I'm reading about it. The journal continues. I stopped sleeping after that. I thought sleep would make it leave. But dreams are just another way to turn your back. A cold wave moves through my stomach. That's not poetry. That sounds like experience. Real fear written down by someone who ran out of options. I turn another page. The writing becomes messy, more urgent. I stop turning around completely. That was the only rule left. If I turn, I die. My fingers tighten on the paper. A sound shifts behind me. Very small, like fabric brushing against leaves. I freeze. My mind screams at me to look. But I don't. I keep reading instead, because reading feels safer than moving. I started walking backward everywhere. I learned to live without facing anything. I thought I was adapting, but something changed on the seventh night. I pause. My pulse feels louder. I turn the page. The ink is darker here, thicker, like it was written fast, like fear was pressing through the pen. It started copying my footsteps. I would stop, it would stop. I would walk, it would walk, but always one step behind. My breath shortens. I remember the whispers from my camp, the delayed echoes, the forest repeating my thoughts. My eyes flick to the ground instinctively. Dirt, leaves, no footprints I can clearly read, but I feel them anyway. The journal continues. I tested something dangerous. I walked toward a cliff edge. I wanted to see if it follows rules. I stopped at the edge and waited. A pause in the writing. A long one. The next line is smaller, uneven, like the hand was shaking. It stopped too, but I felt it lean closer. My skin crawls. I look up again without thinking. The forest feels closer than before. Trees angled slightly inward. Not physically, but emotionally, like they are listening harder now. I force my eyes back to the journal. I realize something that night. It doesn't follow me. It learns me. My stomach drops. That word again. Learns. Same as the map. Same as the whispers. Same pattern. Something here is not chasing. It is studying. I turn another page. The writing is almost unreadable now. Smudged. Broken. I stopped speaking out loud. It still learned me. I stopped thinking in full sentences. It still learned me. My chest tightens. This is not just fear anymore. It's recognition. Like the forest is not new. It is familiar in a way that I don't want to understand. A sound breaks behind me again. Soft. Closer. I grip the journal harder. I don't turn. I refuse. I keep reading. I tried something final. I stopped moving completely. I became a tree. My eyes widened slightly. That line feels wrong in a deeper way. Not metaphor. Not imagination. Something else. The next line continues. I stood in one place for 2 days, and it did not leave. But I stopped feeling like I was alone in my body. My throat tightens. What does that mean? My eyes flick again. My legs feel heavier suddenly. Like stillness is becoming an option I didn't agree to. The journal turns the last page on its own as wind brushes it. Even though there is no wind, the final entry is short. almost calm. That calm is what scares me most. I am writing this without turning around. If you are reading it, it means I failed. I finally turned. My body goes cold. Everything around me seems to pause. Even the forest feels like it is holding its breath. The last line is scratched so deep it tears the paper. And it is now writing with me. I drop the journal instantly. It falls into the leaves with a soft thud. Too soft. Behind me. Nothing. No movement. No sound. But I feel it. Not hearing. Not seeing. Just knowing. I take one step forward slowly. Then another. The tree in front of me suddenly feels less like wood and more like memory. Like it has witnessed this before. Like it remembers every person who stopped reading too late. I force myself to breathe. In, out, but the air feels shared. Not mine alone. Then I notice something that wasn't there before. Fresh carving on the tree beside the journal nail mark. New, still pale, still raw. 3 words. I am Elias. My heartbeat spikes. That is impossible. Because Elias is missing. Unless missing doesn't mean gone. Unless missing means something else entirely here. A sound shifts behind me again. Closer this time. No longer patient. No longer studying. More like recognition. Like something has finally confirmed what it needed. I slowly step back from the tree. My foot hits something soft. Not ground. Not root. Something slightly raised. I don't look down. I already know I shouldn't. But I do anyway. And I see it. A footprint. Fresh. Facing me. But I didn't make it. I step back again. Another footprint appears behind that one. Closer. Too aligned. Too precise. Not chasing. Matching. My throat tightens so hard it hurts. The journal on the ground shifts slightly. Just once. As if something near it adjusted its position. To read better. I back away slowly now. Every step feels like it is being mirrored somewhere I can't see. And then I hear it. Not behind me. Not ahead. But inside the space between thoughts. A voice. Calm. Familiar. Saying my name. And as I take another step away from the tree, I realize something I don't want to understand yet. The ranger didn't stop turning around. He just stopped needing to. Because whatever was behind him had already learned how to walk in his place. And now it feels very sure about mine. The forest is replaying me. Not my thoughts this time. My past. And I can't tell which part is real anymore. It starts with sound. A voice I haven't heard in years. My own voice. But younger. Laughing. Saying something I don't remember saying. I freeze in the middle of the trees. Because that laugh, it didn't come from inside my head. It came from the forest. A few steps ahead. Between the pines. I move slowly, like the ground might react if I move too fast. The air feels heavier now. Not silent. Not loud. Just full. Like something is replaying an old recording too close to my ears. Then I see it. A flicker of movement between 2 trees. A memory. No. A moment. Replaying. I step closer without meaning to. And suddenly, I'm not in the present anymore. I'm somewhere else. Same forest. But older. Different light. Different air. And I'm standing, watching myself. Younger me. I'm sitting on a rock, laughing with someone I don't recognize clearly. A friend maybe, or someone I forgot on purpose. We are talking, normal talking, but I can't hear the words properly because the forest is louder than the memory, whispering over it, repeating fragments. Don't go there. You promised. It remembers. I step back instantly. My foot hits real ground again. The memory vanishes like smoke. My breath shakes. No, no, that's not possible, I whisper. But my voice feels unsure even to me. Because I saw it. Clearly. Like a film being played inside the trees. A pine branch moves slightly. No wind. Just movement. Like something turned a page. And then it happens again. Another memory. This time louder. Closer. A different scene. Night. Rain. I'm running. Older this time. Carrying something heavy. A backpack maybe. I hear my own breathing. Vast. Panicked. And behind me. Footsteps. But not just footsteps. They are repeating. Layered. Like multiple versions of me running at different times, all stacked together. I stop breathing in the present because the forest is overlapping both realities. Then I see something that makes my stomach drop. A figure ahead in the memory, standing still, watching me run. I try to focus, but the face keeps changing, not glitching, remembering incorrectly. Like the forest can't decide what I looked like back then. I step backward again. The memory collapses instantly, like someone turned off a projector. Silence returns, but it's not comfort. It's pressure, heavy pressure. Then I hear something behind me. A whisper, soft, close. I remember this. I spin around fast. Nothing there. But the voice didn't feel like it came from behind me. It felt like it came from the trees themselves. Like they are not just repeating memory. They are storing it. And now playing it back. For me, I walk forward quickly now. Not running, but not thinking either. Because thinking feels dangerous here. Every thought becomes material. Every memory becomes visible. I need distance. I need escape. But the forest doesn't let me choose direction anymore. It chooses for me. I stop when I see something strange between the trunks. A campsite. My campsite. My tent. Fully set up. But I never finished it. I remember leaving it half open. But here it is. Perfect. Complete. Even the rope is tied correctly. I step closer slowly. My heart feels wrong in my chest. Because this is not just similar. This is exact. I walk around it. And I notice something that makes my skin go cold. My footprints are already here. Leading into the tent. I whisper. No, I didn't go inside. But the forest answers immediately. In my voice. You did. I freeze. That's the worst part. Not the sound. Not the memory. The certainty in the tone. Like it is correcting me. I take a step back. The tent zipper moves slightly. From the inside. I don't open it. I don't want to. But the memory around me shifts again anyway. And suddenly, I'm inside it. Not physically. Mentally. The forest forces me into a replay. I am watching myself crawl into the tent. I am seeing my own hands unzip it. But I don't remember this. I don't remember any of it. Yet here I am. Inside it. Sleeping. Or pretending to sleep. and something outside the tent is standing still, watching, waiting. I snap back to reality with a sharp breath. I fall to my knees. Leaves crush under me. My hands shake violently. This isn't real, I say out loud. But even I don't believe it anymore. Because reality here is not stable. It is editable. The forest edits it, like it is correcting a story. Then another memory hits. Harder. Instant. I'm at the gas station, talking to the old man, his eyes refusing to meet mine. I know this place, he says in my memory. But in this version, he looks at me directly and says something different. You've been here before. My breath stops. No, that never happened. But the forest insists it did. The scene continues. The old man leans closer and whispers something that makes my stomach drop. You always come back. The memory breaks again, but this time it doesn't fully disappear. It stays behind my eyes, like residue, like proof. I stand up fast. My legs feel weak. The trees feel closer again. Too close. Not moving physically, but emotionally pressing inward. Then I hear multiple voices at once. Not whispers, replays, different moments from my life overlapping. My own laughter, my own fear, my own breathing, all happening at the same time. I cover my ears. It doesn't help, because the sound is not entering through ears anymore. It's coming from the forest's memory system. Then I see him, between two pines, a silhouette, still, familiar, Ranger Elias, but younger, before missing, before the journal. He is standing, looking at something behind me. Not me. Behind me. I don't turn. I already know what this means. The forest is replaying him too. Not just my memories. His. Everyone. Layered. Stacked. Living at the same time. Elias opens his mouth in the memory. But the voice that comes out is not his. It is mine. You're not supposed to remember this place. My blood runs cold, because I've never spoken those words before. At least I don't think I have. The memory of Elias flickers, then shifts. Now he is closer. Now he is writing something into a tree. The same tree I saw earlier. The one with warnings. But now I see the moment it was created. His hand shakes. He writes, "The pines remember everything." My throat tightens. The phrase repeats around me instantly. From every direction. Soft, slow, layered, like the forest is proud of it. Like it has been waiting to say it out loud. I step backward again. And that's when I realize something horrifying. I am not moving forward or backward in the forest anymore. I am moving through versions of time. Each step triggers a different memory layer. Each breath shifts reality slightly. The forest is not a place. It is a collection of everything that ever happened here. And it remembers too well. Then suddenly, silence. Everything stops. No whispers. No memory overlays. Just stillness. I stand frozen, waiting. That's when I see the final memory forming in front of me. Slow, careful, like it is being assembled just for me. I see myself, standing still, in the same exact spot. But I am not breathing. I am not moving. And something is behind me. Very close. so close it almost blends into me. And I realize something I didn't want to accept. The forest is not showing me the past. It is showing me what it has already decided will happen again. I step back in panic. The vision cracks, but not fully. A peace stays, a feeling, a certainty that I am not outside the memory anymore. I am inside its loop. And loops don't end. They only repeat. Somewhere deep in the trees, my own voice whispers again. Soft, patient, already becoming familiar with itself. And I understand the last thing Elias must have learned before he stopped turning around. The forest doesn't just remember everything. It remembers you better than you do. And once it learns you completely, it stops needing you to move at all. The forest is moving on my radar, but I know the trees are not supposed to move. I keep staring at the screen, hoping it will calm down, hoping it will act normal again. But it doesn't. The green dots keep shifting like something is walking inside the restricted zone. No animal tracks match it. No patrol route explains it. And worst of all, it's repeating the same pattern every few minutes. Like it's learning the system. I sit back in the ranger station chair, but it doesn't feel like rest. The chair creaks too loudly in the silence. The kind of silence that feels recorded, not natural. I glance at the window. Dark forest outside. Too still. No wind. No movement. Just trees standing like they are waiting for a signal I don't want to send. My radio crackles once, then dies. I tap it twice, trying to fix it. Nothing. That's the first thing that felt wrong tonight. Because radios don't die like this, not all at once. I look at my logbook on the desk. Open page. Shift record. Simple routine. But my handwriting already feels shaky, even though I haven't written anything important yet. I pick up the pen anyway. My hand pauses, because I hear something outside. Footsteps. Slow. Measured. Coming from the direction where no trail exists. I freeze. My eyes go to the window again. Nothing. But the footsteps don't stop. They don't hurry. They don't hesitate. They just continue. Like they know I am listening. I force myself to write. 11:43 p.m. Movement detected in Sector 4. I stop, because Sector 4 is supposed to be empty. Always empty. That's why it's restricted. I glance at the radar again. The dots have changed. Now there are 3 clusters, but I only remember seeing one earlier. My throat tightens. I whisper to myself, that's not possible. And immediately, the radio crackles again. Just once. Then a voice. Not clear. Not human clear. But close enough to make my skin tight. Possible. My pen slips. Ink drops on the page. I stand up fast. The chair hits the wall behind me with a dull sound. Too loud in this quiet place. I walk toward the window slowly. Each step feels heavier than the last. The forest outside hasn't changed, but now I feel watched from inside it. Not from a direction, from everywhere. I lean closer to the glass. My reflection stares back. Tired eyes. Late shift exhaustion. Normal. Almost comforting. Until I notice something behind my reflection. A shape. Standing between the trees. Still. Perfectly still. I blink once. It's gone. My breathing gets shallow. I step back. Tell myself it was nothing. Maybe glare, maybe exhaustion. But then the radar beeps again. One sharp sound. And all clusters move at once. toward the station. I feel my stomach drop. I turn away from the window and rush back to the desk. My pen is still there, my logbook open, and without thinking I write faster. Possible coordinated movement in restricted forest perimeter. My handwriting gets worse, but I don't stop, because now I hear it. Not footsteps anymore. Movement outside the building. Multiple directions. Surrounding. I grab the radio again. Press the button. Static. Then silence. Then something else. A breath. Very faint. Like someone is trying to listen through the device instead of speaking into it. I let go immediately. My heart is not calm anymore. It's reacting before my thoughts catch up. I walk toward the door. Slowly. Not because I want to go outside. Because I need to confirm something I already fear is true. I open it just a little. Cold air rushes in. The forest feels closer now. Like it moved overnight. I step outside the station. The wooden steps creak under my boots. Every sound feels too loud. Like I'm announcing myself. The floodlight flickers once above me. Then stabilizes. Barely. I scan the trees. Nothing. Still nothing. But I know better now. Because nothing here doesn't mean empty. It means hidden. I take a few steps forward. The ground is soft. Too soft. Like it has been walked on repeatedly in silence. Then I see it. Tracks, but not normal ones. Not animal. Not human either. They look like repeated pressure points. Same distance. Same rhythm. Like something is packing in loops. Around the station. My stomach tightens. I follow the tracks with my eyes. They circle the building. Perfect circle. No variation. No mistake. That's when I realize something worse. It's not entering the forest. It's already inside our perimeter. I step back slowly. My boot hits something metallic. I look down. A broken radio antenna. Not ours. Older model. Rust covered. Half buried in dirt. I crouch down and pick it up. It still feels warm. That makes no sense. I turn it over in my hands. And I hear something. Not from the forest. From inside the metal. A voice. Very faint. Hollow ridge. I drop it instantly. Step back. My breath is shaking now. This is no longer patrol duty. This is something else. Something older than protocol. I rush back inside the station. Lock the door. My hands fumble with the bolt. Too fast. Too panicked. The station suddenly feels smaller. Like the walls moved closer while I was outside. I sit back at the desk. Force myself to breathe. In. Out. But it doesn't help. Because now I notice something on the logbook page I didn't write. A second line underneath mine. Fresh ink. Same handwriting. But not mine. It says, "They are already counting your shifts." My blood runs cold. I didn't write that. I know I didn't. I look around the room quickly. Corners. Windows. Shadows. Nothing moves. But everything feels aware. The radio suddenly turns on by itself. Static fills the room. Then slowly clears. A voice returns. Clearer this time. Too clear. And it says something that makes my stomach drop completely. Last shift acknowledged. I freeze. Because I never submitted a final shift report. My hand tightens on the desk edge. The voice continues. Ranger designation, Hollow Ridge Station. I whisper, that's me. But I didn't say it for them. I said it for myself. The radio responds instantly. Yes. One word. Calm. Certain. I stand up slowly. The logbook pages start flipping slightly, even though there is no wind. Page after page. Faster, like something is searching. Then it stops, on a blank page, and a new line appears. Fresh ink again. It learned the pattern of your watch. My throat tightens, because I realize something now. The movement on the radar. The footsteps. The circles around the station. It wasn't random. It was timing. It was learning my routine. My shift. My presence. I back away from the desk. Slowly. Because now I understand the word restricted differently. It was never about keeping things out. It was about keeping something contained in patterns. The radio crackles again. One final time. And the voice says something softer now. Almost familiar. End of shift. I whisper no. But the word doesn't matter. Because the lights in the station flicker once. Then settle. And outside the window, I see the forest moving closer. Not walking. Not running. Just adjusting. Like it finally understands the shape of my ship. And knows exactly when I stop being part of it. The radio is ringing again, but there is no number on the screen. Just static. Then silence. Then my name. Soft. Clear. Like someone is speaking right next to my ear, instead of through a device that doesn't even have proper reception out here. I freeze in the ranger cabin. My hand is still on the desk, but I'm not moving. Because the voice didn't just say my name. It said it like it already knew I would answer. The radio crackles again. Unit 7, respond. I slowly lift my head toward it. It's sitting on the table. Old model. Emergency channel only. And the weird part is simple. This channel doesn't exist out here. Not in this zone. Not in this forest. I pick it up anyway. My thumb hovers over the button. I don't press it yet, because I already know something is wrong. The forest outside is too quiet. No insects. No wind. Even the trees feel paused, like they're listening through the walls. The radio speaks again before I even touch it. Emergency report received. My throat tightens. I whisper I didn't send anything, but the radio answers instantly. You did. I step back from the desk. The chair scrapes the floor behind me. Too loud. Everything is too loud now. I shake my head once, trying to reset my thoughts. Maybe it's interference. Maybe old equipment picking up ghost signals. But then the radio does something worse. It plays my voice. Not now. Not live. A recording. I hear myself saying, Sector 4 is clear, no movement. I stop breathing. That recording is from yesterday. Or at least I think it is. But I don't remember transmitting it. The radio continues. Update received at 02:14 hours. My chest tightens. 02:14. I was asleep at that time. I was inside this cabin. No patrol. No communication. So who sent it? I walk slowly toward the window without realizing it. The forest outside looks the same, but now it feels different, like it has already responded to something I haven't done yet. The radio crackles again. New report incoming. I whisper no, but it doesn't stop. A second voice comes through. Not mine this time. Different tone. Calm. Too calm for someone calling from emergency conditions. There is movement near the ridge line. I freeze, because the ridge line is where I was supposed to patrol tomorrow. Not today. Not yet. The radio continues. It is following patrol patterns. My stomach drops. I grip the edge of the desk. Hard, because that is impossible. Nothing out there should know patrol patterns. They are not public, not recorded outside the system. I press the radio button finally. Who is this? I say. My voice sounds smaller than I expect. Static answers first. Then silence. Then, I am still on shift. My blood runs cold. That sentence doesn't make sense, because shifts are assigned. Recorded. Closed. You don't stay on shift after you're off. Unless something is continuing it without you. I step away from the radio fast. It falls silent again. Too silent. The kind of silence that feels like it is waiting for the next instruction. I grab my logbook. My hands are shaking now. I need proof. Something real. Something that doesn't talk back. I open the page and stop. There is writing already there. Fresh ink. My handwriting. But I didn't write it. It says, radio contact confirmed. My throat tightens. I shake my head. No, no, no. I flip the page quickly. Another line. This is Unit 7. I drop the book slightly. It hits the desk with a dull sound. The radio turns on again instantly. Like it heard that. Like it reacted to movement. A new voice comes through. Closer now. More detailed. Unit 7, you are not responding correctly. I whisper, I am Unit 7. But even saying it feels wrong now, because the radio answers immediately. No, just that. One word. Simple. Cold. My skin tightens. I step toward the door. I need air. I need distance. But the radio speaks again before I reach it. Do not leave the station. I stop. Not because I want to. Because something in that sentence feels final. Like it's not advice. It's instruction. I slowly turn back. The radio is still on. But now there is no static. Just breathing. Very faint. Very steady. Like someone is listening from the other side. I whisper, there's no signal out here. The radio responds instantly. There is now. I feel my stomach drop completely. Because that means something changed. Something connected. Something that shouldn't exist between here and anywhere else. I walk back to the desk slowly. My mind is trying to find logic. But logic feels weak here. I pick up the radio again. Press the button. Who are you talking to? I ask. Silence. Then the voice returns. And this time it sounds closer to me than the device. We are talking to you from yesterday. My breath stops. I step back again. Yesterday. That word feels wrong. Because nothing out here should overlap like that. The forest doesn't allow time to behave normally. But this is something else. Something layered. The radio continues. You already reported this. I shake my head hard. No, I didn't. But the voice replies instantly. You will. My pulse spikes. That makes no sense. Unless the signal is not coming from now. Unless I am hearing something already recorded. Already completed. Already looped. I look at the radio like it's unfamiliar now. Like it's not just broken. Like it's out of sequence. The voice softens slightly, almost patient. Repeat the report. I whisper, I don't have a report. The radio pauses. Then why are you still inside the station? My breath catches, because I don't know how to answer that. I don't even remember deciding to stay. I just did. The forest outside suddenly feels closer again. Not visually, emotionally, like it knows I'm thinking about leaving. The radio crackles once more, and now multiple voices come through at once, overlapping, different tones, different moments, all saying the same thing. Unit 7 remains on shift. I drop the radio, step back. My chair scrapes again behind me. Too loud again. Everything is too loud. I realize something strange. The radio is not calling me from outside. It is calling me from within the system, from within the record of the forest, from somewhere that already knows what I will do. I back toward the door again. Slowly. This time nothing stops me. The radio stays quiet. Too quiet. I open the door just a little. Cold air rushes in. The forest is darker now than it should be. And I notice something that makes my chest tight. There is a small speaker mounted outside the station wall. Old, rusty, connected to nothing visible. I stare at it because I didn't see it yesterday. I walk closer, slow, careful. The radio inside the station turns on again behind me. But I don't move. I am focused on the speaker now. And then it speaks directly from outside. Not inside the cabin anymore. Outside. Real world. Same voice. Same calm tone. And it says, Unit 7, confirm visual presence. My mouth goes dry because I realize something terrifying. The calls were never coming through a device. They were coming from the environment itself. The forest is not just repeating signals. It is producing them. I step back slowly from the speaker. The radio inside continues speaking. But I don't listen fully anymore, because now I hear something worse. Footsteps outside. Not random. Not animal. Measured. Matching the rhythm of the voice. Like whatever is speaking is walking toward the station at the same time. I whisper, this is not possible. The speaker outside responds immediately. It already is. My heart starts pounding harder. I shut the door fast. Lock it. But the lock feels meaningless now, because the radio inside the station speaks one final time. Soft. Almost familiar. End of communication cycle. I freeze, because that phrase feels like closure. Not for a call, but for a shift. For a person. For me. The lights flicker once, then stabilize. And in the silence that follows, I realize the worst part. The radio never asked for help. It was taking attendance. And I have already answered more times than I remember. The footprints are wrong. Not strange. Not unclear. Wrong in a way my brain refuses to accept at first. I kneel slowly near the dirt path, my flashlight shaking slightly in my hand. The beam cuts through the fog, and that's when I see it clearly again. Tracks. Human-shaped, but facing the wrong direction. They are walking away from the forest, but the toes point inward, deeper into it. I blink hard. My mind tries to fix it automatically, like it's a mistake in perception. But the longer I stare, the worse it becomes. because there's no doubt anymore. They are real, and they are moving in reverse. I whisper without thinking, "That's not how footprints work." My voice sounds small in the empty forest. The wind should respond. It doesn't. Instead, something else answers. A soft crunch in the dirt. Behind me. I freeze instantly. "Don't turn. Don't move." The sound repeats. Same rhythm as the footprints in front of me. But I didn't hear anything approach. I slowly lift my head. The tracks in front of me have changed. They are closer now, as if something just stepped forward while I wasn't looking. My breath tightens. I force myself to stand. The flashlight beam shakes across the ground, and I notice something worse. There are two sets of footprints now. One set facing into the forest, one set facing out, but both are moving in opposite directions at the same time. I step back slowly. Leaves crunch under my boot. The sound feels too loud, like I just broke silence that wasn't mine to break. Then I hear it. A whisper. Not from behind. Not from ahead. From the footprints themselves. "Turn around." I stop breathing. My skin goes cold instantly. Because the voice doesn't sound like an echo. It sounds like memory. Like something I said before I forgot I said it. I shake my head slightly. "No, no one's here," I whisper. But the forest responds immediately. A second whisper joins. "You were here." My stomach tightens. I scan the trees fast. Nothing moves. But the footprints, they shift again. One step closer. Now I understand what's wrong. They are not leading somewhere. They are repeating something. Like a loop. Like someone walking the same path again and again. But time is flipping each step. My flashlight flickers once. Then steadies. But in that flicker, I see something I shouldn't. A shadow standing at the edge of the trail. Still, facing away from me. And yet, I feel like it's aware I saw it. I take a slow step back. The footprints in front of me stop moving. For a second, everything freezes. Even the air feels held. Then, one footprint appears behind me. Fresh. Too fresh. I didn't hear it. I didn't feel it. But it is there, pointing toward me. I spin around instantly. Nothing. Only darkness between trees. But now I realize something that makes my throat tight. The footprints are not in front of me anymore. They are surrounding me, forming a circle, a full ring of movement that shouldn't exist. I whisper, "This is impossible." The forest whispers back, "Not anymore." My legs feel weaker. I force myself to walk forward, stepping carefully between the tracks. Each step I take feels wrong, like I'm interrupting something I can't see. Then I notice something strange. The ground inside the circle is smoother, like it has been erased. No leaves, no dirt texture, just flat earth, like time has been rubbed out here. My heart beats harder. I crouch down and touch it. It feels warm. Not normal warm. Recent warm. Like something just passed through. But passed in a direction I can't understand. Then I hear footsteps again. This time clearly. Behind me. Slow. Matching my own rhythm exactly. I stop moving completely. The footsteps stop too. I step forward once. They step forward too. I stop again. They stop again. My breathing turns shallow. It's copying me. Not following. Copying. I whisper, "Who's there?" No answer. Then my own voice answers me from behind. I'm here. I spin around fast. Nothing. But now I see something worse. My footprints behind me. They are moving. Not appearing. Moving. Walking backward into the forest like they belong to someone else. My chest tightens hard. I step forward again, faster this time. The footprints behind me follow instantly. Exact timing. Perfect delay. Like a mirror that learned how to lag. I break into a fast walk. The forest responds immediately. So do the footprints. I stop suddenly. They stop. I turn slightly left. They turn slightly left. My stomach drops completely. This is not tracking anymore. This is reflection. But something is wrong with the reflection. Because it is slightly off. 1 second behind. Like the forest is still learning how to become me. Then something appears ahead. A shape between the trees. A man. Standing still. Facing away from me. I freeze instantly. Because I recognize the posture. Not the person. The posture. It feels familiar in a way that makes my stomach twist. The man slowly raises his hand and points at the ground, at the footprints. I look down, and my blood runs cold. My footprints are now facing the wrong direction too. They are revering, step by step, walking away from me while I stand still. I whisper, "No, no, I'm not moving." But the forest answers, "You already did." The man ahead begins to walk. Slow. Backwards. Into the trees. But the strange part is, I feel like I've seen him do this before. Like I am remembering it instead of witnessing it. My mind starts hurting. Like 2 timelines are overlapping. I follow without thinking. Not because I want to. Because my body already remembers walking. Every step I take feels pre-written. Like I'm just catching up to a version of myself that already passed through here. The footprints ahead start forming a path again. Leading deeper. But always backwards. I whisper, "This is not real." But my voice sounds uncertain now. Because the forest doesn't correct me. It agrees. The air grows colder. Time feels unstable. My flashlight flickers again. And in that flicker, I see something that makes me stop completely. I see myself, standing at the edge of the trail, watching, but I am not sure if it's me in the present, or me from something that already happened, or something that hasn't happened yet. The figure slowly turns its head, and I realize something horrifying. It is not looking at me. It is looking at where I will be next. The footprints behind me suddenly stop moving. Silence falls hard. Too hard. Like the forest just paused a recording. Then the voice returns. Soft. Close. Familiar. You are walking backwards now. My throat tightens. Because I realize something I didn't want to understand. The footprints were never moving in reverse. They were showing me the direction I already took. And somewhere deeper in the forest, I am still walking it. The signal isn't gone. It's just waiting for me to follow it. That's the thought in my head as the radio crackles again, even though I already turned it off. I stare at it on the desk. Silent. Dead. But still warm. Like something was just speaking through it seconds ago. Outside the station, the forest feels different tonight. Not quieter. Not louder. Just tuned. Like a frequency has been set, and everything inside it is now aligned. I shouldn't go out. I know that. Every part of me knows that. But the signal keeps pulling. Not like sound, like direction. I pick up the map on the wall, the one marked with safe zones and restricted lines, and I notice something I didn't see before. A thin line drawn across Sector 7. Fresh ink. Not mine. My hand slowly reaches toward it, but before I touch it, the radio behind me clicks on by itself. One sound, then a voice. Soft. Controlled. Unit response required. I freeze, because I didn't press anything. I didn't call anything. I whisper, "Who is this?" Static answers first. Then, you are already moving toward the source. My stomach tightens instantly. I look down. My boots are facing the door. I didn't move them. At least, I don't remember moving them. My breathing gets shallow. I step back slowly. The radio continues. Signal deviation detected in Sector 7. I whisper, "There is no signal in Sector 7. The voice answers instantly. "There is now." That's when I realize something cold. The forest outside isn't dark anymore. It's patterned, like waves, like something is pulsing through it. I open the door slightly. Cold air rushes in, and I hear it. A soft tone. Not bird, not wind. A repeating sound, like a beacon buried deep in the trees. My chest tightens, because I recognize that tone. Emergency frequency, but not ours, not human standard. Something older, something wrong. I step outside before I even decide to. The door clicks shut behind me. Too clean, too final. The forest floor feels different under my boots. Softer, like it has been walked on too many times in the same invisible line. The signal gets louder as I walk. Not in sound, in feeling, like pressure in my head. Guiding, pulling. I follow it without wanting to. That's the worst part. It doesn't force me. It convinces me. Between the trees, I see something flicker. A light, very faint, then gone, then back again. Like something is trying to be visible, but keeps forgetting how. I move closer. The tone grows stronger. My radio in my pocket turns itself on again. I didn't touch it. It speaks immediately. "Good, you are aligning." My throat tightens. I whisper, "I'm not aligning with anything." The radio pauses, then responds, "You already are." The trees ahead shift slightly, not moving, but adjusting, like they are making space. For me, I stop walking. Instantly, the signal changes pitch, like it noticed, like it reacted. I take one step back. The tone weakens. I take one step forward again. It strengthens. My blood goes cold, because it's not just tracking me. It's measuring me. I force myself to stay still. The signal stabilizes. Then I hear something else. Footsteps. Not behind me. Not ahead. All around. Soft. Slow. Synchronized. I spin in place. Nothing visible. But the forest feels crowded now. Like something invisible is standing just outside my sight. My radio crackles again. A new voice comes through. Different tone. Calmer. Older. This is archive entry procedure. My breath catches. Archive. What archive? I whisper, "Stop this transmission." But the voice ignores me. "You are being recorded." My stomach drops. I look around fast. By who, I ask. The radio answers instantly. The forest remembers what enters. My throat tightens. I shake my head. No, I'm not missing. Silence. Then, you will be. That hits harder than it should, because it sounds like a classification, not a threat. I start walking faster now, away from the signal. But the signal doesn't fade. It follows, not behind me, ahead of me too. Every direction, like the forest itself, is broadcasting. The trees thin out suddenly, and I see something that stops me completely. A metal post, old, half buried, with a broken speaker attached. It is playing the tone, the same emergency frequency. But it's not alone. There are more posts deeper in the forest, barely visible, like a hidden network. My chest tightens. This is infrastructure, not nature. Something built here, something forgotten, or something hidden. The radio in my pocket speaks again. Step closer. I don't move. The voice repeats. Step closer. My body feels heavy. Not forced, but expected. Like resistance is already documented. I take one slow step. The tone gets louder. Another step. The trees around me feel closer. Not physically, emotionally, like they are watching my distance carefully. Then I see it. Between two trees, a small metal box, attached to a tree trunk. Old label, faded, but still readable. Field Record Unit, Hollow Ridge. My stomach drops. Hollow Ridge. That name again. It keeps coming back, like everything here is connected to it. My hand reaches for the box before I stop myself. Too late. It opens by itself. Inside is a small tape recorder, still running, red light blinking. I freeze, because I recognize it. It's the same model used in missing person field logs. I press play without thinking. My own voice comes through, but not now. Older, tired. Subject entered Sector 7 at 21:43. I step back instantly. My breath shortens. That's not possible. I never recorded that. The recording continues. Signal engagement confirmed. I whisper, no, that didn't happen. But the voice on the tape continues calmly. You followed it. The forest around me shifts slightly, like it agrees. I back away from the box, but the radio in my pocket speaks again. This is entry confirmation. I whisper, I didn't confirm anything. The radio responds softly. You did by entering range. My heart starts pounding harder, because I understand now. The signal isn't just communication. It's selection, and I have already been selected. A sound rises behind me. Not footsteps this time. Whispering. Multiple voices layered together, but all using my tone, my phrasing, my pauses. I turn slowly. Nothing visible, but the forest feels full of me. Like copies, like echoes learning how to stand. The radio speaks one last time. Prepare for archive indexing. My stomach drops. What does that mean? I whisper. Silence. Then, you will not leave Sector 7 as a person. The tone from the forest speaker suddenly sharpens. Louder, like it activated something. The trees ahead seem to part slightly. Not inviting. Documenting, like a path is being recorded in real time. My legs feel unsteady. I step backward, but the signal strengthens when I do. Like retreat is also being logged. I whisper I'm still me. The forest answers instantly. For now, that word hits worse than anything else. For now, I turn and start walking fast, trying to break the signal pattern, trying to escape whatever system I stepped into. But every step I take, the forest responds. Calm, precise, like it already knows my next movement. And somewhere behind me, buried in the trees, the archive keeps writing. And I realize the worst part. It doesn't need me to disappear. It only needs me to stay within range long enough to become permanent. The road only exists when I'm not looking directly at it. I learned that too late. At first, I thought my GPS was broken. The screen kept flashing, rerouting, then losing signal completely as I drove deeper into the edge of the forest. But the strange part wasn't the signal loss. It was the road disappearing every time I blinked. One moment there was empty forest. The next moment, a narrow dirt path. Then nothing again. I slowed the car. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. Outside, the sun was falling fast. That dull orange light that makes everything look older than it is. And that's when I saw it clearly. The road. Not built. Not marked. Just there. Like it had been waiting for the exact second I stopped doubting it. I whispered that wasn't there before. My voice felt too loud in the car. I checked the map again. No road. Only forest. But outside, the path was real. I opened the window slightly. Cold air came in. And something strange hit me immediately. No birds. No wind movement. Just silence that felt arranged. Like someone turned the world's sound off in this exact spot. My engine was still running. But even that sound felt distant now. Like it didn't belong here anymore. I should have turned back. That thought came late. Because my tires were already rolling forward. Not because I pressed the gas harder, but because the car started moving on its own slope of momentum. The road was pulling me in. Slow, patient, like it had time. The trees on both sides became denser. Too aligned. Too symmetrical. Not natural forest growth. More like rows. Like something planned the spacing carefully. I frowned. This is not a normal trail, I muttered. And immediately felt stupid for saying it out loud. Because silence answered me. Not sound, but a feeling. Like the forest noticed I spoke. The road curved slightly. And suddenly, I saw something ahead. A shape. A structure. My foot lifted slightly off the brake without me thinking. A small wooden booth stood at the side of the road. Old. Rotting. A broken sign above it. I couldn't read it fully at first. But as I got closer, the letters became clear. Toll stop, no entry after dusk. My stomach tightened. Dusk had already started. The sky behind me was darker than the sky ahead. Like time itself was uneven here. I slowed the car to a stop. The engine stayed on, but the sound now felt hesitant, like it didn't want to continue. I looked at the booth. No lights, no movement, but the window inside was too clean, too reflective, like something had been watching from there recently. I whispered, "Is anyone there?" No answer, only the forest. Then, a soft sound, metal sliding, from inside the booth. I froze. My hand stayed on the steering wheel. I didn't move. The sound stopped. Then the window inside the booth shifted slightly. just enough for a reflection to form. But it wasn't mine, at least not fully. It looked like me, but delayed, like the reflection was remembering my face a second late. My breathing slowed without permission. I opened the car door slowly. The moment my feet touched the ground, the road changed sound. It became quieter, like it acknowledged my exit. I stepped closer to the booth. Each step felt recorded. Not watched. Recorded. I stopped in front of the window. The reflection inside stared back. Same eyes. Same face. But not synchronized. It blinked after I blinked. It turned its head after I turned mine slightly. I whispered, "What are you?" The reflection didn't answer immediately. Then it smiled. But I wasn't smiling. That broke something inside my chest. I stepped back fast. The wooden booth creaked once, like it shifted weight. Inside, something moved again, this time closer to the window. I saw a hand, pressed against the glass. My hand, but not mine. It matched my movement perfectly, except I was already standing outside. My body went cold. "No," I whispered. The reflection leaned closer, and for the first time it spoke, but not through glass, through the air around me. "You arrived late." My heart dropped, because the voice sounded like mine, just older, worn down, like it had been repeating itself for too long. I stepped back again. The road behind me looked different now. Longer, deeper, like it stretched further than before I stopped. I turned toward my car and froze. It was no longer facing me. It was facing the road ahead. I didn't move it. I swear I didn't. My pulse jumped. I walked quickly toward it. But the moment I got close, the headlights flickered on. Not manually, not by ignition, just on, illuminating the road forward. And in that light, I saw footprints on the dirt, fresh, walking in the direction I hadn't taken yet. I whispered, "That's impossible." Then I heard the toll booth again. Behind me, metal sliding. I turned slowly. The reflection in the glass was gone. Now it was empty, but the booth door was slightly open. Just a crack, like it was inviting me to check what was inside. My throat tightened. I stepped closer again. Inside the booth was a small desk. A logbook, open, fresh page, and my handwriting, but I hadn't touched it. I leaned in slowly. The words were still drying. It read, "Vehicle entered at 1843. I checked my watch instantly. 1842. My breath stopped. I stepped back. The road behind me shifted again. Now the forest felt closer. Not physically, but like it had reduced distance without moving. The booth spoke again. "Soft, calm, you are on schedule." I shook my head hard. "No schedule, I didn't agree to anything." Silent. Then, "You did when you saw the road." My stomach tightened painfully, because I remembered the moment. When the road first appeared. When I stopped doubting it. That was it. That was the agreement. My car lights flickered again. And this time I saw something worse. More footprints, joining the first ones. But they weren't random. They were forming a pattern. A loop around my car, like something was circling it while I stood still. I backed away slowly. The booth door creaked wider, and now I could hear something inside. A radio. Static, Then a voice. Faint. Vehicle confirmed. I froze completely, because that voice wasn't coming from the booth anymore. It was coming from inside my car. I turned sharply. Through the windshield. The driver's seat was slightly pushed forward, like someone had just adjusted it. But no one was there. Then the radio inside the car turned on by itself, and a calm voice said, "Driver identity confirmed." My mouth went dry. I whispered, "There is no driver." The radio responded instantly. "There is now." The headlights flickered again, and the road ahead stretched further than before. Too far. No end visible. Just fatting orange dusk melting into dark forest. And in that moment, I understood something I didn't want to understand. The road doesn't appear at dusk. It appears when something is ready to be taken. And I had already stepped far enough for it to start calling me part of the route. Behind me, the toll booth door opened fully now. Slow, patient, and inside I heard my own voice again. But this time it wasn't asking. It was repeating. Continue forward. The first car was still running. Wipers moving. Slow, even though there was no rain. I stopped walking the moment I saw it. Because cars don't do that. Not out here. Not on a road that feels like it was never meant to exist this long. The engine sound was low, steady, like breathing. But there was no driver inside. I stepped closer slowly, my boots pressing into the dirt road. Each step felt louder than it should have. Like the road was listening. The car's headlights were on, pointing straight ahead. Not at me. Not away from me. Just forward. Like it didn't care who stood in front of it. I leaned slightly to look inside. Empty seats. No keys in ignition. No movement. But the dashboard was active. Glowing. And the fuel gauge was moving. Not empty. Not full. Just updating. Like it was still calculating distance. I whispered without thinking, "Where are you going?" No answer came from the car. But something answered anyway. From behind it. Another engine sound. I turned fast. Second car. Parked behind the first one. Also running. Also empty. My throat tightened. I took a slow step back. And that's when I noticed the pattern. The cars weren't random. They were lined up, all facing the same direction. All engines on. All empty. Like a convoy waiting for someone who never arrived. My heart started beating harder. I walked forward again, carefully now. Between the first two cars. The air between them felt different. Thicker. Like passing through something unseen. My hand brushed the hood of one car as I passed. Warm. Too warm. Like it had been driven recently. But no dust moved. No tire marks showed arrival. Only stillness. And engines that refused to stop. I stopped between them. Listened. There were more. Farther down the road. Engines. Soft. Layered. Like the forest itself was humming through metal. I whispered, "This is not normal." The moment I said it, one of the car radios turned on. Static first, then a voice. Calm. Too calm. Confirm presence. I froze. My eyes snapped to the nearest car. No one inside. Still empty. But the radio kept speaking. Unit detected. My mouth went dry. I stepped away slowly. Wrong vehicle, I whispered. I'm not inside anything. Silence. Then, you are on the route. My chest tightened hard. I looked down the road. The line of cars stretched farther than I remembered. When I first saw them, there were maybe 3. Now there were more. Maybe 10. Maybe more. And I couldn't tell when they increased. That realization made my stomach drop. Because it meant they weren't just sitting there. They were updating. Like the road was building memory in real time. Another car door creaked open behind me. Slow. I spun instantly. Empty. But the door was open now. Slightly. Like someone had just stepped out without leaving. My breath turned shallow. I backed away again. The cars stayed still. But the engines didn't. Still running. Still waiting. The radio in my pocket, my own device, flickered to life again. I didn't touch it. It spoke immediately. Stop observing. I whispered, I didn't turn you on. No response. Then again, louder. Stop observing. I swallowed hard. What happens if I do? I asked. A pause. Then, you become part of observation. My stomach twisted. I looked at the cars again, and suddenly noticed something I hadn't before. There were notebooks inside some of them. On passenger seats. Open. Pages fluttering slightly even though there was no wind. I moved closer to the nearest one. I shouldn't have, but curiosity dragged me in. The notebook inside had handwriting. Neat. Structured. Like reports. I leaned in through the window and read the first line. Vehicle 4 confirmed empty at 19:12. My breath stopped, because that was current time, or close to it. I flipped the page in my mind without touching it. Another entry. Driver absence noted. Engine remains active. I stepped back quickly. My foot hit the dirt hard. Too loud again. The sound echoed strangely, like it didn't belong to this place. And then all the cars reacted at once. Not physically, not visibly, but sound shifted. All engines increased slightly in volume. Like they heard me. Like they responded to fear. I whispered, okay, okay. Then stopped, because the words didn't feel like mine anymore. They felt rehearsed. The radio in the nearest car spoke again. This is alignment check. My breathing quickened. I looked down the line of cars. All still empty. But now I saw something worse. The driver's seats were slightly adjusted in each one. Different positions. Like someone was testing how to sit in each vehicle. Trying different versions of a person who wasn't there. My skin felt cold. I took another step back. The road behind me felt longer again. I turned my head slightly, and I saw something impossible. Another car had appeared behind me, facing the opposite direction. Engine on. Headlights off. It hadn't been there before. I'm sure of it. My pulse spiked instantly. No, I whispered. The radio spoke again. You are between positions now. I shook my head hard. I didn't move. Silence. Then, you did. My throat tightened painfully. The cars ahead started to hum differently. Not louder. Not faster. More synchronized. Like they were preparing for movement. But not driving. Waiting for something to complete them. I slowly walked forward again, trying to pass the line. But as I moved, the cars adjusted slightly. Not physically moving, but their alignment changed. Like the road itself was shifting their placement based on me. I stopped again. The moment I did, everything stabilized. I whispered, "What do you want?" The radio answered immediately. Continuation. My chest tightened. Continuation of what? No answer. Instead, one of the cars ahead flashed its headlights once. Just once. And in that flash, I saw something inside. A silhouette. For half a second. Sitting in the driver's seat. I froze. My breath stopped completely. I stared harder. But it was gone. Empty again. No movement. No presence. Just the idea of something being there. I stepped forward instinctively. The moment I did, the silhouette appeared again. Same seat. Same position. But still no face. Just shape. Like memory trying to render a person. I whispered, "I saw you." The radio responded instantly. "No, you are seeing yourself later." My stomach dropped so hard I almost lost balance. I stepped back fast. The cars reacted again. All engines increased slightly. Like excitement. Like recognition. My breathing got faster. "No, I'm not staying here," I whispered. I turned toward the road behind me. The direction I came from. But it didn't look the same anymore. It looked longer. Too long. Like distance had been stretched while I wasn't paying attention. And behind me, the last car's engine suddenly stopped. Silence. Complete. Then the radio spoke one final time, softer than before. "Sequence will begin when full set is present." My heart pounded. "What sequence?" I asked. No answer. Only the cars ahead flickered their headlights once in perfect unison. And in that synchronized blink, I understood something I didn't want to understand. The cars weren't abandoned. They were positions. And the road wasn't empty. It was assembling something that still didn't have a driver yet. The toll booth wasn't there yesterday. I'm sure of it, because I've driven this stretch before. At least I think I have. But now I can't tell if that memory belongs to me or to the road. It sits right in the middle of the forest highway, like it was always part of the plan. Small, rotting wood, a faded roof hanging at an angle that looks too tired to still exist. And the sign above it makes my chest tighten immediately. Toll required for passage. I slow the car without meaning to. My foot just eases off the pedal, like something inside me already agreed to stop. I whisper, "There's no toll booth here." But my voice feels unsure, because the booth looks real. Too real. The closer I get, the more details appear that shouldn't be possible in a place like this. A cracked window, a metal tray, a small barrier arm hanging halfway down like it gave up mid-job. I stop the car completely. Engine still running. But suddenly it feels like the engine is the only thing from my world still functioning normally. Everything else feels adjusted. Aligned. Like I've entered a different version of the same road. I sit there for a second, just watching it, waiting for it to prove itself fake. It doesn't. Instead, a light inside the booth flickers on. Soft, yellow, like someone just woke up. My throat tightens. "No one is supposed to be here," I whisper. But the booth answers anyway. Not with sound at first. With movement. The barrier arm lifts slowly. No person visible. No mechanical trigger. Just acceptance. Like it already decided I belong. I swallow hard and step out of the cone. The moment my feet touch the road, the air changes. Not colder. Not warmer. Heavier. Like the forest is watching me breathe. I walk slowly toward the booth. Each step feels counted. Not by me. By something else. The closer I get, the more I notice something disturbing. The dirt around the booth is clean. Too clean. No leaves. No dust. Like everything nearby has been wiped repeatedly. Not erased. Maintained. I stop right in front of the window. It's dark inside. At first, then my reflection appears. But wrong. Delayed by half a second. My reflection blinks after I blink. Smiles after I don't. I step back slightly. The reflection doesn't. It stays close to the glass, watching me like it's waiting for instructions. Then a voice comes from inside the booth. Calm. Neutral. Payment required. My chest tightens instantly. I didn't cross anything yet, I say. Silence. Then, you are already inside. I shake my head slowly. No, I stopped before the booth. The booth answers immediately. That is not how entry is recorded. My breathing gets heavier. I look around fast. The forest feels too still, like it's listening in sections. I step closer to the window again. Who are you? I ask. A pause. Then the voice replies. Toll processing unit. My stomach drops. That's not a job, I whisper. The booth doesn't respond to that. Instead, a small metal tray slides out from under the window. Slow, screeching softly. It stops right in front of me. Empty, but not really empty, because I feel like something is expected to be placed there. I step back again. I don't have anything to pay with, I say. The voice responds instantly. You do. My throat tightens. No, I don't. A pause. Then, distance. My skin goes cold. I whisper, what does that mean? The booth answers calmly. Distance traveled through monitored zone is currency. I take a slow step back. The tray moves slightly forward, not following me physically, but adjusting, like it already knows how much I've moved. I shake my head. This is insane. The booth responds softly. Insanity is not part of the system. I feel my pulse rising now. I turn back toward my car for a second and freeze. The car door is open. I didn't open it. I'm sure of that. Inside, the engine is still running, but the steering wheel is turned slightly, like someone adjusted it while I wasn't looking. I swallow hard and turn back to the booth. The tray is still there, waiting. Then something worse happens. A small sound comes from inside it, like metal shifting, and a coin drops onto the tray. Except it's not a coin. It looks like a small circular piece of glass. Inside it is a moving image. Me, walking. From a moment I don't remember. I step closer without thinking. My reflection in the glass coin shows me taking steps I didn't take yet. I whisper, that's not possible. The booth responds instantly. It already happened. My chest tightens painfully. I back away fast. The tray slides forward again, now holding more pieces, more glass discs, each one showing different moments. Me looking around, me stopping the car, me stepping out, but slightly out of order. Not linear, not logical. My mind starts spinning. I haven't done those things yet, I say. The booth replies, you will confirm them soon. My breathing gets shallow. This is a trick, I whisper. Silence. Then, all toll systems are factual. I look at the forest again, and for the first time, I notice something terrifying. The road behind me is shorter than before. like distance has been removed, like I've already paid part of it. Without realizing, I step back again instinctively. The booth reacts instantly. The barrier arm lowers slightly. Not closing. Warning. My chest tightens. I whisper, what happens if I don't pay? The booth pauses. Longer this time. Then it answers. You will remain in transit. My skin goes cold. Meaning what? The voice becomes softer, almost patient. Movement without arrival. I shake my head fast. That doesn't make sense. The booth doesn't argue. It just slides another object onto the tray. A small metal tag. And when I look at it closely, it has my name on it. Not engraved. Recorded. Like it was printed from a memory. My hands start shaking. No, I whisper. The forest behind me creaks slightly. Not wind. Not animals. Something shifting position. Like the environment just adjusted to my reaction. The booth speaks again. Final payment recommended. My throat tightens. I didn't agree to this. A pause. Then, agreement is implied by entry. My chest feels tight now. I look at the car again. The headlights flicker once, then stay on, pointing forward, like it's waiting for me to continue. But the road ahead looks different now. Longer, less certain, like it's been extended while I stood still. I turn back to the booth, and the reflection in the glass is no longer delayed. It is synchronized, perfectly. It smiles, but I'm not smiling. Then it speaks, not from inside, from behind me. You already paid part of it. I spin around instantly. Nothing, but I feel it now. The missing time, the missing distance, the small gaps in memory that feel like they were removed cleanly. Like payment already processed. The booth speaks one last time. Remaining balance, continued travel. My stomach drops. And if I refuse, I whisper. Silence. Then the answer comes softly. You will still move. The barrier arm lifts fully now. Not inviting. Not blocking. Just confirming. The tray retracts. The booth light flickers once. And I realize something horrifying. It never needed money. It only needed permission to count me. I step backward slowly toward my car. But the road behind me feels different again. Like it has already been shortened twice. And somewhere inside the booth, I hear my voice again. Calm. Recorded. Saying something I don't remember saying. Transaction accepted. They are in my back seat. I don't see them at first. I feel them. That's worse. Because the weight in the car shifts slightly, like someone just leaned back into the seat after a long silence. But I'm alone. I keep telling myself that. Alone. Empty road. Engine running. Headlights cutting through endless forest. Still, the rearview mirror feels wrong. Like it's watching something I refuse to accept. I slow the car without meaning to. My foot just stops pressing the gas properly. And that's when I see it. A shape. In the back seat. Just for a second. Dark. Still. Human-like. Then gone. I slam the brake instantly. The car jolts forward slightly, then stops. My heart jumps into my throat. I spin around fast. Empty. Nothing there. Only the faint smell of cold air that wasn't inside the car a moment ago. My breathing gets sharp. No, 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 I whisper. I turn back to the front. grip the wheel harder than I need to. My hands are shaking. I force myself to drive again. Slow, careful, but now I can't unsee it. The back seat feels occupied even when it looks empty. Like the idea of someone is sitting there instead of a body. The rearview mirror becomes my enemy. I avoid it at first. Then I accidentally glance. And I see it again. A silhouette, sitting directly behind me. Head slightly tilted, looking forward. At me. I freeze so hard my entire body locks. Then I blink. It's gone. I whisper I'm losing it. But the car responds. A soft creak from the back seat, like leather shifting under pressure. I don't look back. I refuse. I keep driving. But now the silence in the car is not empty. It's shared. Every small sound feels like it belongs to someone else too. The road outside stretches endlessly. Same trees, same darkness, but inside the car something has changed. The air feels heavier, not colder, just occupied. The rearview mirror fogs slightly, even though my breath isn't visible, even though it shouldn't. I reach up and wipe it quickly. And in that second of clarity, I see it again. Closer this time. Two silhouettes. Not one. Both sitting in the back seat. Perfectly still. My foot slips slightly on the gas. The car speeds up a little. My voice cracks as I whisper, "What do you want?" No answer. But the mirror shifts. Both figures lean forward slightly. Not physically moving in the seat, but appearing closer in reflection, like distance doesn't apply to them. I swallow hard, and then I hear it. A breath, right behind my right shoulder. I don't turn. I can't turn, because I know if I turn, I'll confirm something I can't undo. Instead, I whisper, "You're not here." The voice answers instantly. Soft, calm. We were always here. My grip tightens on the steering wheel, so hard my knuckles hurt. I shake my head slightly. No, I was alone when I started. A pause. Then, "You were never alone on this road." My chest tightens. I glance at the mirror again. One silhouette is gone. Now there is only one. But it's closer. Too close. Like it moved forward while I wasn't watching. I press the accelerator harder. The engine responds instantly. But the road doesn't feel faster. It feels deeper. Like I'm moving through layers instead of distance. The forest outside becomes darker. Denser. The trees almost merge into a single wall. And the car interior feels smaller, like something inside is expanding its presence. My radio turns on by itself. I didn't touch it. Static first, then a voice. Familiar. The same comm system voice I've heard before. Passenger count updated. My throat tightens. I whisper, "There are no passengers." The radio responds immediately. Rear seat occupancy confirmed. My blood runs cold. I glance at the mirror again. The silhouette is gone. But I don't feel relief, because absence feels intentional now. Like it's repositioning. Like it's choosing a better angle. I force myself to speak again. "Show yourself." Silence. Then, "You already saw us." The car suddenly feels colder. Not air temperature. Presence temperature. Like something just shifted closer to my personal space. I grip the wheel tighter. My voice lowers. "What are you?" A pause. Then the answer comes. "Travel records." My stomach drops. That makes no sense. But the tone makes it worse. Like it's not trying to scare me. It's just stating classification. The rearview mirror flickers. And for a fraction of a second, I see something I wasn't ready for. Not just silhouettes. Me, sitting in the back seat, watching myself drive. I slam the brake again instantly. The car stops hard. Dust rises outside. My breathing turns sharp and uneven. I spin around fast. Empty seat. Empty everything. Only seatbelts hanging like they were just used. I whisper, "No, that's not possible." The radio speaks again. "You are observing yourself from different timestamps." My head hurts slightly now. Like the concept is too large for my brain to hold. I whisper, "I'm in the driver's seat." The radio responds. "For now." That word again. For now. My throat tightens. I turn back to the road. But now the road feels different too. The center line appears slightly shifted. Like it's no longer aligned with my direction. Like the road is correcting itself based on who is inside the car. I drive again slowly, trying not to look back. But the mirror won't let me forget. Because even when I don't look at it, I feel them. Sitting, waiting, not moving, just updating. Then the worst thing happens. The seatbelt behind me clicks. I freeze instantly. Every muscle locks. My breath stops halfway. Click. Again. Like someone just pulled it across their chest. I don't turn. I whisper, "I'm alone." The back seat responds. "No. Just that. One word. From behind me. Too close." I close my eyes for a second. Bad mistake. Because in that second, I hear movement. Not fast. Not sudden. Slow adjustment. Like someone settling into position after realizing they finally have permission to exist. I whisper, "This isn't real." And the voice replies softly, "It is recorded." My eyes open again. The mirror is now fogged completely. But in the fog, I see writing. Not reflection. Writing. Slowly forming on the glass. My name. Then beneath it. Seat ASSIGNED. My pulse spikes. I slam the accelerator again. The car jerks forward. But the pressure in the back seat increases instantly. Like acceleration doesn't remove them. It confirms them. I whisper, "Get out." Silence. Then the voice answers. "We already did." My stomach drops. I glance quickly in the mirror one last time. And this time I see it clearly. Not just silhouettes. Not just shapes. But outlines of movement patterns. Like people shaped by repeated presence rather than bodies. And one of them is leaning forward. Right behind my head. Close enough that I can feel it now. Not see it. Feel it. And it whispers something directly into the space between thought and hearing. "You are the next passenger." My grip tightens so hard, I almost lose control of the wheel. The road ahead bends slightly. Not physically, but perceptually. Like it's preparing for another occupant. And in that moment, I realize something I didn't want to understand. The car is not moving me through the forest. It is moving the forest through me. And I am no longer sure which seat I was supposed to start in. The road is not moving forward anymore. It only pretends to. I noticed it after the fourth loop. Or maybe the fifth. I stopped counting because the trees stopped changing in a believable way. Same broken branch on the left. Same dead log half buried in dirt. Same patch of fog that looks like it's been waiting for me. That's when I knew. I'm not driving through the forest anymore. I'm driving through something that remembers the forest. The steering wheel feels heavier now. Not physically, more like it resists meaning. Like every turn I make has already been decided somewhere else. I whisper, I've seen this before, but even my voice sounds unsure, because I don't know if I've seen it in real life, or in the mirror, or in a place I passed while not paying attention. The road curves gently again. Familiar curve. Too familiar. My stomach tightens. No, not again, I whisper. But it's already happening. The same bend. The same broken tree shaped like a bent spine. The same silence that feels rehearsed. I slow the car. My hands grip the wheel tighter. And then I see it. A mark on the road. A small crack shaped like a fork. I've passed it before. Twice. Maybe more. I stop the car completely this time. Engine still running, but the sound feels farther away than it should. Like distance is leaking out of the cabin. I turn the engine off. Instant silence. Too clean. Too complete. I sit there and wait. Nothing changes. That's the worst part. When the forest stops trying to surprise you and starts repeating you instead. I open the car door slowly. The air outside feels identical. Same temperature. Same smell. Same weight. Like I never left it the first time. I step out and immediately regret it. Because the road behind me looks exactly like the road ahead of me. No direction difference. Just repetition. I whisper, this isn't a road. But my words don't feel like they belong to me anymore. They feel borrowed. The wind moves through the trees, but it moves in patterns. Not randomness. Patterns, like breath cycles, like something inhaling and exhaling the same moment over and over. I walk forward a few steps, just to test it. The gravel crunches under my feet. Normal sound, but it echoes back slightly delayed, like the road is answering after thinking about it. I stop, listen, wait, then I hear it. My own footsteps. Behind me. I freeze instantly. Slowly turn my head. Empty. But the sound continues. Walking. Exactly matching mine. Just half a second behind. I whisper, no, no, no. The footsteps stop when I stop. Start when I start. I take one step forward. They copy, but slightly wrong. Like they're learning from me instead of copying me. I turn fully now. The road stretches behind me. Perfectly straight. Too straight. And I suddenly realize something that makes my chest tight. There is no direction anymore. Only position. I start walking backward slowly, just to test it. The footsteps behind me continue forward, even though I'm moving away from them. That's when my mind fully breaks the illusion. The road is not repeating. It is remembering incorrectly. I whisper, this isn't possible. And the forest responds, not with sound, with change. The trees on my left shift slightly, not moving position, changing order, like someone rearranged them in real time. I step forward again fast. The footsteps match instantly, too instantly, like they don't need time to follow anymore. They already know. I stop. They stop. I breathe heavily now, my chest tight. And then I notice something worse. The car. It's back. Behind me. I didn't walk that far. But it's there. Exactly where I left it. Engine running. like it never stopped, like I never stepped out. I whisper no. I walk toward it slowly. Each step feels heavier now, because I know something is wrong with the spacing. The distance is not consistent anymore. Sometimes it feels longer, sometimes shorter, like the road is adjusting itself, depending on observation. I reach the car, look inside. Empty, but not in a comforting way. In a waiting way. The driver's seat feels slightly pressed, like someone just stood up. I swallow hard. I was just here, I whisper. The forest doesn't answer, but the road does. It creaks, like old wood under pressure. I turn around slowly and see it. The bend again. The same bend. The same broken tree. Back where I started. I feel my stomach drop. I didn't move, I whisper. But the world disagrees. Because my footprints in the dirt are already there, leading forward. Before I walk them, my breath gets shallow. No, I did. The footprints continue. A full path. Already completed. Already recorded. I step backward fast. But the footprints don't disappear. They just update. Like edits in a file that never shows deletion. The forest grows quieter. Not peaceful. Corrective. Like it's trying to fix me. I start running. Not thinking anymore. Just reacting. Gravel, dirt, air, trees all blur. But the road keeps showing me the same section again and again. Same bend. Same tree. Same broken reality. I stop suddenly out of exhaustion. Hands on knees. Breathing hard. And I realize something terrifying. I'm not moving through space anymore. I'm moving through states. The road isn't taking me anywhere. It is switching versions of itself. And I'm the variable. A voice appears behind me. Calm. Familiar. The system voice from before. Loop stability detected. I freeze. Slowly turn my head. Nothing there. But the voice continues. Subject has not exited traversal field. My throat tightens. Who are you? I whisper. Silence. Then, you are. My skin goes cold instantly. No, I'm not part of this. The voice responds gently. You are currently indexed. I shake my head fast. This is a road. I just drove here, that's all. A pause. Then, no entry was recorded. My heart drops. I whisper, that's impossible. I drove in. The voice replies calmly. Driving is not entry. Recognition is entry. My mind feels like it's slipping sideways. I look at the road again, and I see it clearly now. The repetition is not a loop. It's a scan. Each pass is another reading. Another layer added. Another version of me being tested against the environment. I whisper, what happens when the scan finishes? Silence. Longer than before. Then the answer comes softly. Integration. My body goes cold. I step backward instinctively. But the road behind me is already changing again. The bend appears closer. Too close. Like distance has been compressed. Like the loop is tightening. I whisper, I want out. The voice responds immediately. There is no exit without confirmation. I shake my head hard. Confirmation of what? A pause. Then, that you belong here. The forest wind stops completely, like it's listening for my answer. And for the first time, I realize the terrifying truth. I'm not stuck on a road. I'm stuck in its decision about me. and it hasn't decided yet. The forest didn't feel empty when I arrived. It felt already occupied. Even before I stepped out of the car, I noticed the silence wasn't normal. It wasn't peace. It was restrained, like something had told the world to stop making noise until I finished arriving. I checked the time again. 12:07 a.m. Too late to be here. But the road behind me had already started to feel less real than the road ahead. So I got out. The air hit me immediately. Heavy still, almost warm in a way that didn't match the night. I stood there for a moment just listening. Nothing. No insects. No wind. Not even distant branches moving. Only my own breathing. That's when I realized something unsettling. Even my breath felt too loud, like it didn't belong in this place. I grabbed my backpack from the car slowly, careful not to disturb anything. Stupid thought, I know. As if the forest could be disturbed like a sleeping person. But that's exactly what it felt like. Sleeping. Waiting. I walked toward the small clearing I had marked earlier on the map. Or at least what I thought was the clearing. The deeper I went, the more the trees felt arranged. Not random. Arranged. Like someone had placed them here with intention. Every few steps I paused. Listening. Still nothing. No owl calls. No night wind. Just that thick silence pressing closer. When I finally reached the clearing, I stopped. Because it wasn't empty. It looked like someone had been here recently. The grass was flattened in a circular shape. Too perfect. Like a tent had stood here before mine. My stomach tightened. "That's not possible," I whispered. My voice felt wrong the moment I said it. Too human. Too sharp. I looked around fast. Nothing moved. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the clearing was watching me back. I forced myself to start setting up the tent. Hands moving quickly now. Not because I was confident. Because I wanted it done. The faster I finished, the faster I could stop thinking about the shape in the grass. The poles clicked together softly. Each sound felt too loud. Every rustle of fabric felt like it carried too far into the trees. At one point I stopped, because I thought I heard another tent being set up. Faint. Behind me. I froze. Listened harder. Nothing. Just silence again. I turned slowly. Nothing there. Of course. Still, my hands were shaking now. I kept working. Stakes into the ground. Hammering softly with a rock. 1, 2, 3. Each hit felt like it echoed deeper into the forest than it should. Like something was counting them somewhere else. When I finished, I stepped back and looked at the tent. Small. Simple. Just fabric and poles. But it didn't feel like shelter. It felt like placement. Like I had been placed here intentionally. I swallowed hard and unzipped the door. The sound was louder than I expected. I paused, waited, listened. Nothing reacted. I crawled inside. The moment I did, the world outside changed. Not visually, but audibly. The silence deepened, as if the forest had accepted the tent as part of itself. I sat there for a moment, breathing slowly, trying to calm down. "You're just tired," I whispered to myself. But even that sounded weak. I reached for my flashlight and turned it on. The small beam lit the inside of the tent. Everything looked normal. Too normal. That somehow made it worse. I checked my phone. No signal. No surprise there. But then something strange happened. The battery dropped from 78% to 76% in a second, then back to 78%. I frowned, looked again, 75%, 77%, 76%. It kept changing, not draining, fluctuating, like the number couldn't decide what state it should exist in. I turned it off quickly. Okay, no more phone, I muttered. Outside the tent, something shifted. Not loud, not obvious, just enough to make me stop moving. I sat still, listened. There it was again. A soft rustle. Not wind. Too controlled. Like fabric brushing against fabric. I slowly reached for the tent zipper. Stopped halfway. Because I realized something. The sound wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from around the tent. Encircling it. I froze completely. Held my breath. The sound stopped instantly. Silence returned. But now it felt tighter. I whispered hello. Nothing answered. Of course nothing answered. But I felt stupid for saying it out loud anyway. I leaned back against the tent wall. And that's when I felt it. A slight pressure behind me. Like the tent fabric had been leaned into. Not hard. Just enough to confirm contact. I turned my head slowly. Nothing there. But the fabric didn't move back. It stayed slightly indented. As if something was still there, just invisible now. My breathing quickened. I shifted forward immediately. The pressure faded. I stared at the spot for a long time, trying to convince myself it was just wind. But there was no wind. I checked the zipper again. Still closed. Still sealed. Still safe. At least that's what I told myself. Minutes passed. Or maybe seconds. Time felt unreliable inside the tent. Then I heard something that made my stomach drop. A zipper. Outside. Slowly being pulled. My entire body went rigid. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. The zipper sound stopped halfway. Silence again. Then a whisper. So faint I almost convinced myself I imagined it. Occupied. My throat went dry instantly. I whispered back without thinking, "Who's there?" No answer. Just movement again. Not at the zipper now. On the ground. Circling. Slow footsteps around the tent. I reached for my flashlight and turned it off instinctively. Like darkness could hide me better than light. The footsteps continued. Steady. Unhurried. Like whoever it was already knew I wasn't going anywhere. I pressed my back harder against the tent wall. The fabric behind me tightened again. More pressure this time. Closer. Almost like something was leaning in to listen through the material. I whispered, "This is my campsite." My voice cracked halfway through. The footsteps stopped. Everything stopped. Even the pressure behind me vanished for a second. Then a voice came. Not loud. Not aggressive. Just calm. Right outside the tent. "No." I froze. The voice continued. "This is recorded space." My chest tightened painfully. I whispered, "What does that mean?" A pause. Then, temporary placement until reassignment. My mind struggled to process that. I shook my head inside the tent. No, I set this up. I chose this place. Silence. Then a slow answer. "You arrived late." My stomach dropped. "What does that have to do with anything?" I asked. The voice didn't respond immediately. Instead, I heard movement again. Closer now. Right at the fabric. And then, a soft press. like a hand resting on the tent wall from the outside. I felt it immediately, cold through the fabric. I froze completely. The voice spoke again. Late arrivals are indexed. My breathing became uneven. What does indexed mean? I whispered. The hand stayed there, not moving, just present. Then the voice answered. You are not the first occupant of this coordinates. My heart started hammering in my chest. I whispered, I checked this spot. It was empty. A pause. Then, it was cleared. My mind went cold. Cleared by who? I asked. Silence. Then a soft answer. Previous placement. My throat tightened. I looked around the small tent interior. Suddenly, it didn't feel like mine anymore. It felt borrowed, temporary, like something I had been allowed to use until the real owner returned. The hand outside the tent slowly lifted, but the presence didn't leave. It just repositioned, now above me, like it was standing, watching, waiting, and then the final thing happened. A second zipper sound from the opposite side of the tent. Slow, deliberate, opening from the outside. The zipper moved again. Slow this time, like someone inside the tent was trying not to wake me. I froze instantly. Every part of my body went still. Even my breathing felt like it stopped existing. The fabric above me shifted slightly. Not wind, not pressure from outside. Something inside the tent, adjusting its position. I whispered without thinking, hello. My voice cracked immediately. Silence answered me, but not empty silence. Full silence, the kind that feels occupied. I sat there, pressed against the tent floor, staring into the dark shape of the fabric above me, trying to convince myself it was just wind. But there was no wind tonight, not even a breath of it. Then it happened again. A soft, slow movement behind me. The tent wall pressed inward slightly, like something had leaned its shoulder into it. I turned my head slowly. Nothing there, but the fabric stayed indented, like memory in cloth. I swallowed hard. This is just stress, I whispered. Even I didn't believe it. Outside the tent, the forest was completely silent. No insects, no rustling, like the world had stepped back to watch. Then I heard it. A breath, not outside, inside, very close, right behind me. I didn't turn. I couldn't, because something in my mind already knew what I would see. Instead, I asked, who's there? A pause. Then a voice answered. Soft, calm, almost tired. You set the place correctly. My throat tightened. What? No response at first. Then the fabric behind me moved again. Slow pressure against my back, like someone settling down. Not attacking, not rushing, just lying down, inside the same space I was in. I jerked forward instantly. My heart slammed into my chest. The pressure stopped. Silence returned. I turned slightly this time, just enough to see the corner of the tent. Nothing, but the space felt wrong. Smaller, like the walls had moved inward while I wasn't looking. I whispered, this is impossible. The voice came again. It is temporary occupancy. My hands started shaking. I reached for my flashlight slowly, turned it on. The beam cut through the darkness. Everything looked normal. Too normal. Sleeping bag, backpack, tent poles, but the fabric above me, it looked lower than before. I blinked, looked again. It was lower. I swallowed hard. No, no, no. I reached up and pressed the fabric above me. It felt warm, like something had been resting against it from the other side. Or maybe this side. I pulled my hand back quickly. The voice spoke again. You are inside shared coordinates. My breathing got faster. Shared with who? I whispered. No answer. Just movement. Slow shifting behind me again. This time closer. The tent floor dipped slightly, like weight had been added. Not outside. Inside. I turned my head sharply, and for a split second, I saw it. A shape, not fully formed, just an outline in the dark fabric behind my sleeping bag. Sitting, facing forward, exactly where I should have been sleeping. I stumbled backward instantly. My back hit the opposite tent wall. The shape didn't move. It just stayed there, like it had been there the whole time, waiting for me to notice. My voice came out broken. You're not real. A pause. Then the answer. We are recorded occupancy. My chest tightened painfully. What does that even mean? I asked. The shape shifted slightly. Not standing. Not moving. Just adjusting posture. Like it was getting comfortable. The tent fabric around it stretched subtly. Not tearing. Not breaking. Just accommodating. Like the space itself was agreeing with it. I whispered, "This is my tent." The voice responded immediately. Your entry was accepted. I shook my head fast. No, I set this up. I built it. Silence. Then, you assembled temporary enclosure. My mind spun. That wasn't the same thing. At least not here. Not anymore. The shape behind me leaned forward slightly. The sleeping bag moved. Just a little. Like it was being used. I couldn't breathe properly now. I crawled toward the tent zipper slowly. My hands shaking so badly, I could barely grip it. I needed out. Now. But before I could touch it, the zipper moved on its own. Slow. From the outside. I froze instantly. Because I knew what that meant. Something was already outside. Something and inside. At the same time, the zipper stopped halfway. Then a soft voice came again. Not from behind me this time. Not from outside. From everywhere at once. You are overlapping occupancy. My throat went dry. What does that mean? I whispered. A long pause. Then, multiple recorded presences cannot maintain separation. The tent walls shifted slightly again, like the structure itself was breathing. The shape behind me stood up. Slowly. I didn't turn. I didn't want to confirm height, or distance, or form, but I felt it, right behind me now, closer than before. The sleeping bag shifted again, as if something had stepped fully into it, replacing warmth with weight. I whispered, "This is not happening." The voice answered softly, "It is ongoing." My hand finally reached the zipper. I pulled. Hard. It didn't move. I pulled again. Still stuck. Not jammed. Not broken. Just unavailable. Like permission had been denied. I heard a soft sound behind me. Fabric settling. Like someone sitting down again. Comfortable. At home. I closed my eyes for a second. Bad mistake. Because in that moment I felt it. The sleeping bag being pulled slightly tighter. Like someone adjusting themselves under it. Inside it, I opened my eyes immediately. My breath came out sharp. No, 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 no. I backed away toward the corner of the tent, my back pressed against the fabric wall. It felt warm again. Too warm, like something was leaning against it from both sides now. Outside and inside. The voice came again. Calmer now. Almost final. Separation failure confirmed. My stomach dropped. I whispered, "What happens now?" A pause. Longer this time. Then the answer came. Reassignment of host. My heart stopped for a fraction of a second. Host, I repeated. The tent shifted slightly. The shape inside the sleeping bag stood again. And this time, it turned its head. Slowly, not toward me, but toward the zipper, like it was listening for permission. The voice spoke one last time. Occupancy will consolidate shortly. My breathing became uneven. What does that mean? I whispered again. Silence. Then, you will no longer be separate. The zipper began moving again. Slow, deliberate, opening from the outside. And inside the tent, something settled into place like it had been waiting the whole night just to become real. The first knock came from inside the tent. Not outside, not from the trees. Inside. I froze mid-breath, hands still hovering over my flashlight switch. The nylon wall beside my shoulder shifted slightly, like something pressed it from the wrong side. Slow, careful, like it was testing if I was awake. I told myself it was wind. But there was no wind tonight. The forest had gone completely still after midnight, like even sound had decided to stop existing. No insects, no birds, not even the usual cracking of branches in the distance. Just my breathing and that thin fabric between me and whatever was there. Another knock, this time softer, right behind my back. My throat tightened. I turned slowly, expecting to see the tent wall just hanging there like normal. It was hanging there, but it looked different now. The fabric had a slight inward curve, like something was sitting too close to it from the inside, too close to me. I reached for my flashlight and clicked it on. The beam cut through the tent in a harsh white line. My gear bag, my boots, my half-zipped sleeping bag, and a faint shape behind it all. I blinked once. The shape was gone. I let out a slow breath I didn't realize I was holding. My mind tried to explain it. Shadows, sleep deprivation, long drive. Setting up camp after midnight always messes with your head. But then the knocking came again. 3 taps. Clear, deliberate. From inside the tent wall near my feet. I jerked my flashlight down instantly. Nothing. Just fabric. Normal still fabric. I pressed my palm against it. It felt cold. Too cold for something that had been sitting in my body heat all night. I whispered without thinking, "Hello." The forest didn't answer, but something inside the tent shifted. Not loud, not dramatic, just a small adjustment like a person turning their head to listen more clearly. My heart started beating faster now. I could feel it in my throat. I slowly unzipped my sleeping bag and sat up fully. Every movement felt too loud, like I was disturbing something that had been waiting quietly for a long time. Another knock. Closer this time. Right behind my shoulder. I turned so fast my elbow hit my flashlight. It rolled across the tent floor, spinning in a weak circle of light. And in that spinning beam I saw it. A slight indentation in the air, not a shape exactly, more like pressure. Like something was standing there, but refusing to fully exist. And it moved, just slightly. Like it noticed I noticed it. My mouth went dry. I reached for the flashlight again, fingers shaking. "Who's there?" I asked, but my voice came out wrong, smaller than I expected. No answer, only another knock, this time from above me. I looked up so fast my neck hurt. The tent ceiling was only fabric and support rods, nothing else. But the fabric was sagging inward, slowly, like something heavy was pressing down from the outside, or hanging from the inside. A memory flashed in my mind from earlier, setting up camp. I remembered checking the ground twice. I remembered choosing this exact flat patch because it felt safe, clean, empty. So why did it feel like I wasn't alone when I entered? The thought made my skin tighten. I grabbed my flashlight and swept it slowly across every corner. Nothing stayed still for long in the beam. Shadows kept almost forming and then slipping away. And then I heard something worse than the knocking. Breathing. Very faint. Very close. But not mine. It wasn't coming from the forest. It was coming from the fabric walls around me. I stopped moving completely. Even my eyes felt too loud. The breathing matched mine for a second. Then it didn't. It was slightly slower, like something was learning my rhythm. I pressed my back against the tent pole, trying to keep distance from every side at once, which was impossible. Another knock, then another, then two together. Not random anymore. A pattern, like someone trying to communicate. I swallowed hard. Okay, I hear you. Silence. The breathing stopped. That silence felt heavier than anything before it. Then right next to my ear, a voice. Soft, almost gentle. It didn't come through the air. It came through the fabric itself, vibrating through the wall like the tent had become a mouth. It said, "You're already inside." My body went cold instantly. I stumbled backward, hitting the opposite side of the tent. "Who is this?" I snapped louder now, panic breaking through. No answer. Only movement. All around me. The fabric shifted in different places now. Not like wind, but like multiple bodies adjusting positions in a small space. I turned in circles, flashlight shaking in my hand, but nothing stayed visible long enough to understand. And then I realized something that made my stomach drop. The tent felt smaller, not physically shrinking, but like the space inside was being divided. Like something else was occupying it with me. My flashlight flickered. Once, twice, then steadied. But the light felt weaker now, like the air itself was draining it. Another knock came directly under my sleeping bag. I jumped back so hard I nearly fell. That was impossible. Nothing could be under it. Unless I didn't finish the thought, because something brushed my ankle. Light, barely there, but real. I froze. My brain screamed at me to run, but there was nowhere to go. The tent was zipped shut. The forest outside felt further away than it should have. Then the voice came again. This time from behind me. "Don't turn too fast." I turned anyway. Nothing. Just fabric. Just shadows. Just silence that didn't feel empty anymore. It felt occupied. I backed toward the zipper, fingers shaking as I reached for it. I needed out. I needed air. I needed distance from whatever this was. My hand touched the zipper. Cold. Wet. That made no sense. I pulled it slightly, and something pulled back. Not hard, just enough to stop me, like a child holding onto your sleeve. I froze again. My breathing became uneven, and then I heard it clearly. Multiple voices now, not talking to me, talking to each other, inside the tent, but not in words I could fully understand. more like fragments of my own thoughts repeated back in wrong order. You're already inside. Don't turn too fast. You left the door open. I shook my head hard. No, I didn't. But my voice got swallowed halfway. Because I suddenly remembered something I hadn't noticed before. When I set up the tent, I didn't fully close the entrance. I was sure I had, but I wasn't completely sure anymore. The fabric shifted again, closer, surrounding me, like the tent was no longer a shelter. It was containment. My flashlight died. Just like that. No flicker, no warning. Darkness fell instantly, but I was not alone in it. I could hear breathing from every direction now. Slow, calm, patient. Like whatever was here had finally settled in. And then softly, right next to my ear again, the voice returned. Not threatening, not angry, just certain. You were never outside. My knees weakened, and in that complete darkness, I felt something sit down right across from me. Not touching me, just waiting, like it had all the time in the world. And for the first time since I arrived in this forest, I understood something I didn't want to understand. The tent was not protecting me from the forest. It was keeping something inside with me. And whatever it was, it had learned my voice now. The fabric shifted one last time, settling like a breath finally released. And in the silence that followed, I heard my own voice whisper back from somewhere I didn't speak. Don't turn too fast. The zipper was never supposed to be there. I stared at it in the dark, breathing so slowly I could hear my own pulse in my ears. My fingers hovered near the tent wall, but I didn't touch it yet. Because I knew this tent. I had set it up myself. One entrance, one zipper, simple design. But now there were two. The first one was where it always was, front flat, slightly crooked from how I pitched it. The second one sat just behind me. Vertical, perfectly straight, like it had always been part of the design. My throat tightened as I reached for my flashlight, forgetting for a second it was already dead. The realization hit me late, like my brain was running behind reality. Darkness again, only the faint outline of fabric around me. And that second zipper, it looked darker than the rest of the tent, not because of shadow, but because it felt like it absorbed light instead of reflecting it. I whispered without meaning to, that wasn't there before. No answer came, but something shifted inside the tent. Very subtle, like something adjusting its posture to listen better. My stomach dropped. Because I wasn't alone in here, I already knew that. But this was different. This felt organized. I forced myself to move closer, one slow step at a time. My shoes pressed into the tent floor, and each sound felt too loud, like I was waking something up just by existing. The second zipper didn't have a handle. That was the first thing I noticed. Just teeth. Metal teeth stitched into the fabric, running downward into the floor of the tent like it didn't lead outside. It led deeper. My mind tried to reject the thought, but it stuck anyway. A zipper that doesn't open out. I leaned closer, and I heard it. Not outside, not inside. Between. A soft dragging sound, like fabric slowly sliding over skin. I froze again. My breath stopped halfway, and that's when the zipper twitched. Just a small movement, like something behind it tested the idea of being opened. I stepped back immediately, hitting the tent pole behind me. It shook slightly, and the whole structure creaked. That creak shouldn't have scared me more than the zipper. But it did, because the tent sounded full now, like it had weight it didn't have before. I swallowed hard. No, I'm not doing this. My voice felt weak, small, like it didn't belong to me anymore. From somewhere inside the fabric, a whisper responded, "You already are." My chest tightened, because it didn't sound like an outside voice. It sounded like my own thought being repeated 1 second too late. I shook my head hard. Stop. Silence answered me. Then the second zipper moved again. This time slower. Deliberate. A centimeter downward. Like something on the other side was pulling it. My instincts screamed at me to cut the tent open and run, but something worse held me still. Curiosity. That quiet, dangerous need to understand what shouldn't exist. I reached out again. My fingers stopped just before touching the metal teeth. Cold air brushed my hand, but there was no airflow in here. No wind. No opening. Just pressure, like something breathing through the seam. And then I heard footsteps. Inside the tent. Not mine. Slow. Measuring. Walking from the far corner toward me. I turned my head instantly. Nothing visible. But the sound continued. Step. Pause. Step. Right behind me now. I spun around, heart slamming so hard it hurt. Empty space. Just fabric. Just darkness. But the zipper shifted again. A little more open. And I realized something that made my skin go cold. It wasn't opening from the outside. It was opening from both sides. Like something was already halfway through. I backed away until my legs hit my sleeping bag. I fell onto it without meaning to, breath shaking now, faster. Uncontrolled. The tent felt smaller again. Closer. Like it was learning how much space I needed, and reducing it. I whispered, "What do you want?" The answer came instantly. Too instantly. "Let us in." My blood went cold, because it wasn't just one voice anymore. It was layered. Multiple voices stacked inside the same sound. Some of them familiar. Too familiar. My own tone. My own rhythm. Like echoes of me from different moments I didn't remember living. I shook my head. No, you're not real. The zipper paused, then tugged again. Harder this time. The sound of metal scraping metal filled the tent. And I saw it. A thin line of light forming behind the second zipper. Not from outside. From somewhere else. Somewhere wrong. It flickered like an eye opening. And I realized with a sick twist in my stomach that the zipper wasn't a door. It was a seam. Something holding two versions of space apart. And it was failing. My breath turned shallow. My hands shook so badly I couldn't even stand properly. Then the voices returned, softer now. Not demanding. Almost patient. You opened the first one. You stayed. You listened. My mind flashed through everything since I arrived. The knock inside the tent. The breathing. The voice telling me I was already inside. All of it leading here. To this second opening. I whispered I didn't open anything. But even I didn't believe it. Because I remembered pulling zippers. I remembered checking seams. I remembered adjusting fabric. Small things. Small openings. The kind you don't think matter. Until they do. The second zipper suddenly stopped moving. Completely. Dead still. The silence that followed was worse than any sound. Because now I knew it was waiting for me. Not forcing. Not breaking in. Waiting for permission. My throat felt tight. My whole body was shaking now. I backed toward the front zipper instinctively, thinking maybe I could escape from the original entrance. But when I reached it, it wasn't there. Just fabric, seamless fabric, no handle, no exit. My stomach dropped completely. I turned back slowly. The second zipper was still there, and now it was slightly more open than before. Just enough for something to fit through. Something narrow, something patient. The light behind it pulsed once, like a heartbeat, and then I heard my own voice again. Not from inside my head, from inside the zipper. Soft, close, don't open the second zip. I laughed once without meaning to. A broken sound, because it was already open, at least halfway, and I hadn't even decided anything yet. The opening widened again, slow, deliberate, like something smiling without a mouth. I fell back against the sleeping bag, unable to move properly now. My limbs felt heavy, disconnected, like my body had stopped agreeing with me. And through the growing gap in the zipper, I saw fabric on the other side too. Another tent. Same shape, same layout, but wrong, because someone was standing inside it, looking back at me, and I realized something that made my vision blur. That wasn't another tent. That was mine, from the other side, and I wasn't on the outside anymore. It started with a backpack that shouldn't have been there. Bright red, mud-stained, sitting right in the middle of Trail 9 like someone placed it carefully and then vanished. The search team went quiet the moment we saw it. No birds, no wind, just that bag sitting against the roots of a fallen pine like it was waiting for us. I remember thinking one thing first. This is too clean for a missing person. No tears in the fabric, no animal marks, just dirt like it had been gently rolled into the ground and left there. One of the rangers stepped forward and said, "That's his." He didn't sound surprised, just tired, like he already knew we'd find it. We opened it on the hood of the truck. Inside was standard gear, water bottle, flashlight, a map of Trail 9 folded wrong like it had been refolded too many times, and a small recorder wrapped in plastic. That's when everything changed, because the recorder was still running. The red light blinked, slow, steady, like it had never stopped. Someone behind me whispered, "It's been 3 days." No one touched it for a moment. Then I pressed play. At first it was normal. Breathing footsteps, wind brushing a mic too close to fabric. The missing hiker sounded calm, almost annoyed. "I think I took a wrong turn," his voice said, "but the trail should loop back." A normal mistake. A normal hike. That's what made it worse, because nothing about his tone matched panic. Just confusion. Then the audio shifted. A small crack in the sound, like the forest itself leaned in. He said, "The trees here don't match the map." I looked up instinctively. Around us, Trail 9 stretched into dense pines that felt too tall for their age, too still, like they were listening instead of standing. The recording continued. "I walked for maybe an hour," he said, "but I passed the same broken tree twice." A pause. Longer this time. Then his voice dropped lower. But the second time, it was facing the other direction. The ranger beside me muttered, "That's not possible." No one answered him, because the recording kept going. And now the footsteps sounded faster, uneven, like he had started walking without deciding to. "I think I'm being followed," he said suddenly. That line changed the air around us. Even the forest seemed to lean back slightly, like it didn't want to be accused. We all looked into the trees without meaning to. Nothing moved, but the audio didn't match what we saw, because in the recording, we heard another sound. Footsteps behind him, matching his pace, Not rushing, not chasing, just copying, step for step. He stopped talking for a moment, then whispered. I didn't hear it before I started listening for it. Silence in the recording. Then the footsteps stopped too. That detail made my skin tight, because whatever was behind him only existed when he acknowledged it. One of the volunteers swallowed hard. Maybe he's messing with us, maybe it's. But he didn't finish. The recording changed again. A new sound came through. Breathing. Not his. Closer to the mic than it should have been. Like something leaned into the recorder from the same space he was in. Then his voice came back, quieter now. I think the trail is moving. I remember laughing a little at that. Nervous reflex. My brain trying to reject the sentence before it settled. But no one else laughed, because the ranger beside me had gone pale. He whispered, "Turn it up." So we did, and we heard it. Leaves crunching in patterns that didn't match walking. Like the forest itself was shifting its weight. The hiker spoke again. "I marked a tree with red tape," he said, "but when I came back, it marked me instead." That was the first time the recording sounded afraid. Not loud fear. Controlled fear. The kind that tries not to wake something up. Then came a pause. Longer than before. And then, a different voice. Not the hiker. Not human in the same way. It said, "You're close enough now." Everyone stepped back instinctively from the truck. No one said a word, because the voice wasn't on the recording anymore. It felt like it was in the moment. Then the hiker whispered, very softly. I didn't say anything. The audio crackled violently, like something pressed against the microphone from both sides. And then the footsteps returned, but now they were faster. Right behind him. Running, but still not chasing. Just matching him perfectly. He started breathing harder. "You're not supposed to copy me," he said. And then the recording did something that made my stomach drop. It stopped moving forward. The footsteps stopped too, and the silence that followed felt shared. Like both of them had agreed to pause. Then the voice came again. Closer. Calmer. "You understand now." The hiker whispered, "No." But it didn't sound like disagreement. It sounded like recognition. A realization forming too late. Then we heard it. A sound like someone stepping into the same space as him. Not behind him. Not in front. With him. The recorder picked up fabric shifting, a breath that wasn't his, and a small sound like a backpack being opened. Then the hiker said something I'll never forget. "I'm still recording, so I'm still here, right?" No answer came. Only the sound of the forest replacing everything. Wind. Leaves. Footsteps. But now the footsteps were walking away. Not toward. Away from the mic. Away from him. Like something had taken his place and continued the hike. The recording ended abruptly after that. No static. No final breath. Just silence. We stood there for a long time. No one spoke. The backpack sat on the truck hood between us, like it didn't belong to a missing person anymore. It belonged to something that had already finished the hike. One of the rangers finally reached in and closed the recorder. But before he did, the red light blinked one more time. Just once, and a new file started automatically. A fresh recording. Different timestamp. Current time. We didn't press play, but we all heard it anyway. Footsteps. Inside the forest around us. Matching ours perfectly. And that's when I understood something I didn't want to understand. Trail 9 wasn't where he disappeared. It was where something learned how to continue walking. And now it didn't need his backpack anymore. It had hours. It started with a detail no one wanted to say out loud. The hiker was still moving. Not in theory, not in memory. In the logs. We played the second audio file inside the ranger station. Lights dimmed, rain tapping softly against the windows like it was trying to get in. The same backpack sat on the table, now zipped shut again. No one remembered closing it. The new recording had a different timestamp, later than the first. That alone made no sense, because the man was already declared missing 3 days ago. But the voice was there, clear, alive. "I think I made camp near a bend in the trail," he said. A normal sentence. Too normal. Like nothing had happened yet. I looked around the room. No one moved. Everyone was listening, like if we broke focus, something worse might slip through. The recording continued. "I'm eating now. I found some dry fruit in my bag." A small pause. Then chewing. Slow, real. That sound hit harder than anything else, because it proved something simple. He wasn't recording memories. He was recording present moments. Right now moments. But that was impossible. The ranger beside me whispered. He didn't have food in his pack when we recovered it. No one answered. The audio kept going. "I think I hear someone walking near the trees," the hiker said calmly. A pause. Then softer. "But they're not coming closer." I leaned forward without realizing it, because I noticed something strange in his tone. He wasn't afraid. Not yet. Just observant. Like the forest was a problem to solve, not a threat. Then a new sound entered the recording. Footsteps. Behind him. Slow. Even. Matching distance like a shadow that didn't want to be noticed. The hiker spoke again. "It's still following me." No panic. Just confirmation. Like he had already accepted it. The footsteps in the audio stopped when he stopped. Started when he started. Always behind. Always patient. The pattern made my skin tight, because I remembered the first recording. That same behavior. But now it was continuing. For hours. Days. Maybe longer. Another ranger muttered. "We checked that trail. There's nothing living that moves like that." The voice on the recording suddenly changed tone. Slightly. Not louder. Just aware. "I stopped to rest," the hiker said. "I think it waited too." That line made something uneasy settle in my chest. Waited. Not hunted. Not chased. Waited. The idea felt wrong in a deeper way than fear, because waiting meant understanding time. The recording shifted again. Wind sounds now, night ambience. Crickets that didn't sound like our crickets. "I built a small fire," he said. "I don't remember when I decided to stop walking." That sentence didn't belong with the rest, because it implied something subtle. Loss of agency. Not running anymore. Not choosing. Just continuing. Like walking had become automatic. The fire crackled in the recording. And then I heard it. A second voice. Very faint. Not speaking. Breathing near the microphone. Too close. The hiker didn't react immediately. That was the worst part. Like he had gotten used to it. Then he finally said, "You're still here." Not a question. A fact. The breathing paused, then continued again. Right beside him. The ranger at the table leaned in, voice tight. "Is someone with him?" But we already knew the answer. No rescue team had reached him. No second person was ever reported. The recording continued. "I think I stopped feeling tired," the hiker said. "I just keep going." That should have sounded like relief. But it didn't. It sounded like surrender. A slow acceptance of something replacing exhaustion itself. The fire crackled again. Then something worse. A pause in the audio where even sound itself seemed to hesitate. Then, footsteps again, but this time in front of him, not behind. The ranger froze. That's new. The audio confirmed it immediately. The hiker's breathing changed. Just slightly. "I think it turned around," he whispered. Silence. Then, "No, I think I turned around." My stomach dropped, because I realized what he was saying. Direction no longer mattered. Orientation no longer mattered. The trail wasn't fixed anymore. The forest was deciding where forward was. The recording shifted again. Morning sounds. Birds, but wrong birds. Too spaced out, too slow. Like the forest was thinking before each sound. "I found water," he said. I didn't remember passing a stream, but it was there. A pause. Then, "It tasted fine." That should have been a relief. But it was, because it confirmed something worse. The forest was sustaining him, keeping him moving, not letting him end. Another ranger spoke quietly. "We found his body trailside. No sign of survival." But the audio didn't match that reality at all. Because in the recording, he was still alive. Still walking. Still eating. Still noticing things. Then came the moment that changed the room. The voice in the recording stopped describing the forest and started describing us. "I think I'm being watched," he said softly. Then paused. Longer than before. "And I think it's not just the trees anymore." We all looked at each other instinctively. No one spoke. The rain outside felt louder suddenly. The recording continued. "I think the forest remembers people who look for it." A long silence. Then footsteps again. But this time faster. Not running, but closer. Closer than before. Like something had finally decided distance didn't matter anymore. The hiker's breathing changed. Not fear. Recognition. "Oh," he said quietly. Like understanding had finally arrived. That single word carried more weight than anything else in the recording so far. Then he added, "It's not following me anymore." A pause. Long. Heavy. Then, "I think I'm following it now." The room went completely still. Even the rain outside felt like it stopped for a second. The ranger beside me whispered, "What does that mean?" But no one answered, because the recording continued with something none of us expected. The footsteps stopped. For the first time. No behind him. No in front. Just silence. And then the hiker spoke again, softer than before. "I don't remember where I started walking from anymore." A pause. "I just remember I was already moving when I noticed." That sentence lingered, because it erased beginning entirely. No origin. No starting point. Just continuation. The recording crackled slightly, like the microphone was being carried again. "I think I'll keep going," he said, "until it lets me stop." Then a faint sound appeared in the background. Not footsteps. Not breathing. Something like other voices. Distant. Repeating fragments of him. Eating. Walking. Resting. Speaking. Like echoes of versions of him scattered along the trail. The recording didn't end. It simply faded. But before it fully cut out, one last thing came through. Clear, close, right against the mic. "I think I understand now," the voice said. A pause, then softer. "The hiking never stops." The recorder shut itself off. Or something made it shut off. No one moved for a long time. But I couldn't stop thinking about one thing. If he was still hiking, then what exactly did we find in the backpack? And more importantly, why did it still feel warm when I touched it earlier? The screen in front of me flickered again. The GPS track wasn't stable anymore. It moved. Not the cursor, the actual coordinates. I leaned closer, thinking maybe it was a glitch from corrupted files. That's what we tell ourselves when something doesn't make sense. But the numbers kept shifting, slow and deliberate, like someone dragging a finger across a map from the inside. I whispered without meaning to. This can't be real." The hiking log was still playing in my headphones. The missing hiker's voice was calm, too calm. "I'm heading north now. Trail is clearer than expected." But the map said he wasn't on any trail. There were no trails where the dot was moving. Just thick, restricted forest zones marked in red by the Park Service. I checked the file timestamp. It was recorded after he was declared missing. My stomach tightened, because that meant one thing. The log wasn't memory. It was ongoing. A new audio entry popped in automatically. Same voice. Same breathing. "I think the map is wrong." I froze. The cursor on the GPS shifted again. Not randomly. It moved like it was responding. Like it heard him. I pulled the laptop closer, heart beating too loud in the empty ranger station. Outside, the wind pressed against the windows in slow waves, like something packing the building. I replayed the coordinates. The path wasn't just moving north anymore. It was looping, drawing shapes. I zoomed in. My breath caught. It wasn't a trail. It was a pattern. A circle forming inside the forest. Perfect. Too perfect. Like something trying to close itself off from the world. The audio crackled again. "I think I'm being guided." That line made my skin go cold. Guided by what? There were no towers out there, no signals, no reception. The deepest part of that zone was dead on every map I had ever seen. And yet the GPS kept updating. Line by line. Step by step. As if someone was walking in real time. I stood up without thinking. The chair scraped behind me, loud in the silence. I looked at the physical map pinned to the wall. Old paper, real ink, safe. The coordinates on my screen didn't match anything on it. Not even close. They were deeper. Far deeper than any ranger had authority to go. My radio crackled suddenly. I jerked back. Static first. Then a voice. Not the hiker. Mine. But delayed. Like an echo replaying from somewhere else. "Unit 3, do you copy?" I grabbed the radio. I'm here. Only silence answered. Then the GPS pinged again. A new point appeared. This time labeled. Unknown location. Active movement DETCTD. My mouth went dry. Active movement. That meant life. Or something pretending to be it. The hiker's log continued. I see markers on the trees now. Fresh paint. They weren't here before. My hands shook as I pulled up satellite imagery. The forest should have been blank, but the system was changing it. Slowly, subtly, new symbols were appearing. Not trails, not warnings, directions. all pointing inward, toward the center of the restricted zone. And then something happened that made me forget how to breathe. The GPS cursor stopped, right in the middle of the forest. It pulsed once, then split into 2 points. One stayed still. The other started moving away from it, following the first, like it was tracking something that had just separated from itself. The hiker spoke again, but this time his voice cracked slightly. "I think I just passed myself." I slammed my hand on the desk. No, that's not possible. But the coordinates didn't care what was possible. They updated again, now showing 2 identical movement trails. One forward, one reversed. My eyes locked on the screen, because I realized something I didn't want to believe. The forest wasn't just changing the map. It was recording him in layers. Like time wasn't a straight line there anymore. Like every step could be stored and replayed or rewritten. The wind outside hit the window harder. A single thud echoed through the station roof. I turned instinctively. Nothing there. But my reflection in the dark glass looked wrong for half a second. Too still, too focused, like it was listening to something behind me that I couldn't hear yet. The GPS updated again. Now the 2 trails were merging, slowly, pulling back together. I felt my throat tighten, because I knew what was coming. The audio log stopped for a full 6 seconds. That silence was worse than anything before it. Then, "I'm not alone anymore." The words were whispered, right into the mic. Close, too close. I checked the timestamp. Still active, still now. I looked at the coordinates again. The merged point was moving toward the edge of the restricted zone. Toward us. My blood ran cold, because that meant it wasn't just happening in the forest anymore. It was crossing over. I grabbed my coat. Keys. Radio. But I stopped halfway to the door, because the GPS cursor changed direction again. Suddenly, violently, now heading back into the forest. Vast, like it had noticed me noticing it. Like it had corrected itself. The hiker's voice returned one last time in this sequence. And this time it wasn't calm. It was confused, like someone waking up mid-dream. "Why is it pointing back at me?" The radio exploded with static. Loud, sharp. I dropped it instantly. The GPS screen dimmed for a second, then refreshed. One final update appeared. No signal DATACTD, reconstructing path. My heart hammered. Reconstructing what path? The hiking route. Or him. I stared at the screen as the line kept moving. Not forward, not backward, but inward, toward something that felt less like geography and more like awareness. Like the forest itself was building him again, step by step, memory by memory. And I realized the most disturbing part wasn't that he was lost. It was that the system still believed he could be found. My hand hovered over the power switch, but I didn't press it, because deep down, I knew turning it off wouldn't stop anything. The last thing the screen showed was the merged trail pulsing once more, then splitting again, not into 2, but many, too many to count, and every single one of them was moving in a slightly different direction, like the forest was trying to decide which version of him it wanted to keep. The audio log clicked open by itself. A new file, unnamed, no timestamp, just a voice that wasn't his anymore. Or maybe it was. Hard to tell. It said only one thing. You're next to be mapped. The screen went black, but the coordinates didn't disappear. They stayed in my mind like a stain that wouldn't wash out. And somewhere deep inside the forest, something kept walking, still recording, still updating, still learning how to find its way back to me. It started with silence, not the normal kind. This was the kind of silence that feels recorded, like something paused the world just to make you notice it. The last GPS update was still frozen on my screen when the audio file reopened by itself. No touch, no command, just open. A new log started playing. Same hiker's voice, but it didn't sound like before. It sounded closer. Too close. I think I understand it now. I leaned back in my chair without realizing. My hand was still on the power switch, but I couldn't move it. Something about the tone made my body hesitate. Not fear exactly. Recognition. Like I had heard that voice somewhere I wasn't supposed to remember. The file timestamp showed something impossible. It was still updating. Right now, even though the hiker was officially missing for days. I whispered to myself, this should not be active. The audio continued. I stopped walking. A pause. A breath. Then, but the walking didn't stop me. My throat tightened, because I knew what that meant. He wasn't talking about movement anymore. He was talking about continuity, about something that keeps going even when the body doesn't. I pulled the headphones off for a second, just to check the room. The ranger station was exactly the same. Desk, maps, radio, cold fluorescent light. But it felt delayed, like reality was a few seconds behind me. I put the headphones back on. Against my better judgment, the voice returned immediately. Calmer now, almost relieved. I tried to stop recording, I really did. A faint sound in the background. Footsteps. Slow, crunching leaves. I froze, because that sound was not in the original file. It was new, added, live. I thought if I stopped speaking, it would stop too. Another pause, longer this time, then a soft exhale. But it kept speaking through me. My fingers went numb. I opened the metadata panel. The recording device ID was still listed. Same backpack recorder, same model, but the input source was fluctuating, switching between external and unknown. My screen flickered again. For half a second, I saw something else inside the waveform display. A second line underneath the audio, mirroring it, like an echo that learned how to write itself. The hiker's voice changed tone slightly. Not dramatic, just adjusted, like someone standing up straighter. I think I'm not the one recording anymore. That sentence made my stomach drop. I looked at the wall map instinctively. The restricted zone was still marked in red, but now faint lines were spreading outward from it. Thin, branching, like veins, like something mapping growth instead of travel. The audio continued, and I think you're listening from inside it. I pulled the headphones away. Hard. My heart was hammering. No, that's not possible. But the room didn't answer. The radio didn't answer. Even the wind outside felt like it had stopped reacting. I forced myself to breathe and put the headphones back on. Because I needed to know. I needed to understand what kind of system could survive this long without a source. The voice was quieter now, almost tired. I remember your station. My blood went cold. That was not in any field report. No hiker should know that. I remember the desk you're sitting at. I stood up immediately, chair scraping loudly. I turned toward the windows. Nothing outside. Just trees. Still. Too still. But now I noticed something I hadn't before. The reflection in the glass was slightly off. Not delayed. Not distorted. Just positioned wrong. Like it was listening toward the wrong direction. The voice in the headphones continued. I think I'm still walking toward you. My chest tightened. I looked at the GPS again. The screen had turned back on by itself. One coordinate. Centered. Locked. Not in the forest anymore. Not on the trail. On my location. My exact building. I whispered, "This is not real." But the map updated anyway. A second marker appeared. Moving. Slowly. Toward the station. The hiker spoke again. And now there was something different in his tone. Something that wasn't confusion anymore. It was certainty. I stopped being lost a long time ago. A pause. Then, I just didn't stop arriving. The lights in the ranger station flickered once. Just once. But enough. Enough for my stomach to drop. Because I realized something I hadn't allowed myself to think before. If the recording is still going, then the source never ended. It just changed form. I looked at the radio. Static, but not random static. Pattern static. Almost rhythmic. Like breathing. The audio file continued. I think I understand the mistake now. My throat went dry. "What mistake?" I whispered. There was no response from the room. Only the recording. "You thought I was missing." A soft pause. But I think I was placed. My skin prickled. That word. Placed. Not lost. Not trapped. Placed. Like an object. Like a marker. Like data. The GPS screen flickered again. The moving dot was closer now. Outside the building perimeter. Moving through trees that shouldn't have paths. My hand instinctively went to the radio. I pressed it. Nothing. Then, for the first time, I heard it outside the headphones. A faint sound. Crunch. Step. Crunch. Step. Slow. Measured. Approaching. I turned toward the window again. And this time I saw it. A silhouette between the trees. Not clear. Not detailed. Just enough. Enough to confirm direction. It was walking. Not running. Not lost. Walking like it knew exactly how far the station was. The voice in my headphones softened. Almost gentle now. "You're the next log." My breath caught. I stepped back from the window. No, I'm not part of this. But even as I said it, I realized something terrifying. The system didn't need permission. The silhouette outside stopped. Right at the edge of the trees. Facing the station. Not moving. Just waiting. The audio file made a small sound. Like a recording buffer ending. Then, a final line. Calm. Clear. Close. I never actually stopped recording. And then the waveform didn't end. It extended into something else. Something continuous. Something that wasn't a file anymore. It was a presence. The screen on my desk dimmed slowly. But before it shut off completely, one last coordinate appeared. Not the forest. Not the building. Just a label. New subject dieticide. And underneath it, a recording timer started. From 0. Counting up. The static started at 2, 17 a.m. Not sharp, not sudden. Just there, like the silence of the forest had learned how to breathe through a machine. I was sitting alone in the research cabin, logging temperature data when the radio on the shelf cracked once. Then again. I didn't look at it right away. Out here, radios crackle all the time. Old equipment, weak towers, weather interference. That's what I told myself. But then the static formed something. A rhythm. Not random anymore. It was repeating. I slowly turned my chair. The radio light was on. I hadn't switched it on. I stood up. The room felt smaller than it should have. Like the walls had moved closer while I wasn't paying attention. I walked toward the radio, careful, slow. Then I heard it. Not noise. A pattern. 3 bursts of static. Pause. 2 bursts. Pause. 1 long continuous hiss. My hand stopped halfway to the dial, because I realized something simple and wrong. It sounded like someone knocking. Not on wood. On frequency. I whispered, "This is not an active channel." The radio responded with more static. But now it felt impatient, like it was waiting for me to understand it. I picked up the receiver. The speaker was cold. Too cold for something that had been off. "Hello," I said. Nothing. Just the same pattern again. 3, 2, 1. Then a break. A voice tried to form inside it, but failed. It sounded like someone speaking through water. I leaned closer. "Repeat that." The static sharpened, and for half a second I heard breathing. Right inside the channel. Close. Too close for transmission. I pulled the radio away instinctively. My heart was already beating too fast for something that hadn't even said a word yet. I checked the frequency display. It read 0 megahertz. Impossible. That band doesn't exist. I tapped the dial. Nothing changed. The number stayed frozen. But the static changed again. This time it wasn't random. It matched the wind outside the cabin. I noticed that immediately. The same rise and fall. The same pauses. Like the radio and the forest were syncing. I turned toward the window. Dark trees. No movement. But the radio hissed louder when I looked outside. I turned back. It softened again. That was the moment I stopped thinking it was interference. Something was responding. To attention. To awareness. I whispered, "Who is this?" The radio clicked once. A new sound came through. Not speech yet. A recorded loop. A field tone. But underneath it, something else. A faint human rhythm. Like footsteps hidden under noise. I froze, because I knew that sound. Forest walking patterns. We trained to recognize them in research work. Step spacing, weight shifts, terrain response. This was a person moving through uneven ground. Slow, deliberate, inside a frequency that should not carry physical motion. I pulled up my laptop, opened signal logging software. It should have shown nothing. 0 input. Dead channel. Instead, the waveform was already forming, like it had been recording before I even opened it. A line appeared, then another, then a pattern. It looked like a map, not sound. A map drawn in noise. My throat tightened, because the shape it was forming wasn't random. It was a path, through the forest, from somewhere outside the cabin. Toward it, I stood very still. The radio hiss deepened. Then the voice finally broke through. Not clear, But enough. Still walking. My breath caught. I leaned closer. Who is walking? The static shifted, and I heard something that made my stomach drop. A second voice, responding, but it wasn't a different person. It was the same voice, delayed, repeating, like an echo learning to speak independently. Still walking. I backed away from the radio. My chair hit the desk behind me. I didn't sit. I couldn't, because the cabin suddenly felt occupied in a way I couldn't explain. Not physically, but attentively, like something had turned toward me. Outside, a branch snapped. I turned fast. Window. Darkness. Nothing visible. But the radio reacted instantly. The static spiked. Louder. Sharper. Like it was excited. Or alerted. I whispered, "No, no, no, no." I unplugged the radio. Silence hit the room. Instant. Heavy. Relief should have come next. It didn't, because the laptop screen flickered, and the waveform was still there. Still moving. Still recording. Without a source. I stepped back slowly. No power, no signal, I muttered. But the waveform kept growing. And now I saw something worse. A second layer beneath it. A mirrored copy, but slightly off. Like it was replaying my own environment a few seconds behind reality. I felt my skin go cold, because I understood what that meant. It wasn't picking up signals. It was modeling them. The radio didn't need to be on. The system was already active. From somewhere else. Or something else. The cabin light flickered once. I looked up immediately. No storm. No wind. Just a single blink of power loss. But in that blink, the radio speaker crackled again. Even though it was unplugged. A voice returned. Closer now. Not from the device. From the room. "Can you hear me?" I stepped back so fast my heel hit the wall. "No," I said out loud. Too quickly. Too loudly. Like denying it could stop it. The voice continued anyway. Calm. Almost curious. "I can hear you." I looked at the radio. Still unplugged. Still dead. But the speaker cone moved slightly. Like something inside it had shifted position. I backed toward the door. My hand reached for the handle. The laptop chimed softly. A new log appeared. Unknown input source DATCTD. Then beneath it, live environmental synchronization active. My breathing turned shallow, because I realized something I didn't want to accept. There was no signal. There was no frequency. There was only overlap. Between here and something listening through it. The radio hiss returned, even without power. And this time it wasn't random static. It was structured, like words trying to assemble themselves correctly. Slowly, carefully, then finally, "I'm almost at your cabin." My hand froze on the door handle. The forest outside stayed still. Too still. But now I knew stillness didn't mean empty. It meant waiting. The laptop screen dimmed slightly. Another line appeared. Receiver identified. And underneath it, new transmission target locked. The radio crackled one last time. And I swear, just before everything went quiet again, it sounded like it smiled. Not in voice, in signal. And somewhere outside, deep between the trees, something kept moving closer, learning the shape of my silence before it arrived. The static didn't feel random anymore. It felt red, like someone was turning pages in my life through the radio. I was still holding the receiver when the first full sentence came through clearly. No crackle, no distortion. Just my name. Field Researcher Log Entry 7. Location, Northern Ridge Boundary. Subject reports unusual signal behavior at 02:13 hours. I froze. That wasn't just information. That was my report, my words, the one I recorded yesterday before I even reached the cabin. My throat went dry. I pulled the receiver away from my ear for a second, like distance could fix it. The cabin around me was dead quiet except for the soft wind tapping the wooden walls. Then the radio spoke again. Same voice, same calm tone. But now it wasn't mine. Missing person case file. Subject last seen entering Forest Zone 9. Equipment recovered, none. I slowly set the radio down on the table. My hand didn't feel like mine anymore. Forest Zone 9. That area isn't on any public map, not even in my research logs. It's a restricted grid we only reference in internal files, and I was never supposed to go there alone. I leaned closer. The radio continued like it was waiting for me to listen properly. Search team note. No footprints found beyond marker line. Trail disappears after 300 meters. A cold feeling crawled up my spine. Because I knew that note. I had read it years ago during training. A case study, old file, a hiker who vanished without trace, official conclusion, environmental error or lost navigation. But hearing it like this, like it was happening right now, made it feel wrong, like the words were alive. I reached for my notebook instinctively. My hands were shaking as I flipped it open. Empty pages stared back at me. I was sure I had written something earlier. I remembered sitting by the table, logging signal behavior, but there was nothing. No ink, no scratches. Just blank paper. The radio clicked again. This time the voice changed slightly. Not tone, but familiarity. Researcher confirms repeating pattern in signal. Claims it mirrors human speech in delayed loops. My stomach tightened. That was me again. But I never said it out loud. I didn't speak it into any device. So how was it inside the broadcast? I stood up too fast. The chair scraped the wooden floor and the sound felt too loud in the quiet cabin. For a moment, I thought I heard something outside. A soft step in the wet soil. I froze. Waited. Nothing. Only wind. Still, I moved closer to the window. The glass was fogged slightly from the cold outside. I wiped it with my sleeve. The forest looked normal. Too normal. Trees standing still, dark shapes, no movement, no life. But something about it felt staged, like it was waiting for me to stop looking. Behind me, the radio kept speaking. Subject begins to show signs of cognitive distortion. Believes signal is external. I turned sharply. The radio was still sitting on the table, but the speaker light was now glowing red. It hadn't been red before. I swear it was green earlier. I walked slowly back toward it. Each step felt heavier than the last. Recommendation: continue monitoring. Subject may attempt to disconnect from source. Source, I whispered without thinking. The second I said it, the radio responded. You already did. My skin went cold. I grabbed the radio and twisted the volume knob all the way down. Nothing changed. The voice continued at the same level, like volume had nothing to do with it. I unplugged it. The cabin light flickered once. Then the radio spoke louder. Not through sound, but inside my head. Disconnect unsuccessful. I stumbled back. My breath got sharp, short. This wasn't signal interference anymore. This was something that knew I was listening. I tried to rationalize it. Battery backup, hidden frequency, mental fatigue, anything. But none of that explained the next part. The radio switched again, and now I heard crying. Soft, distant, human. A woman's voice, not speaking words at first, just breathing through panic. Then broken sentences started forming. We lost him on trail, he was just ahead. My chest tightened. That voice didn't belong in my logs. It sounded like a rescue report, like someone talking about a missing hiker. But the way she spoke, it felt too close, like she was standing right behind me. I turned around fast. Empty cabin. Of course, but my reflection in the window looked slightly delayed. Just for a second. I didn't move, but my reflection blinked late. I stepped away from the glass. No, I whispered. No, that's not real. The radio crackled again. This time louder, sharper, like it was reacting to my fear. Search continues. Subject still transmitting. Subject still walking. I stopped breathing for a moment. Walking. I was in a cabin. I wasn't moving. I wasn't anywhere near the forest right now. Unless my eyes drifted to the door. It was slightly open. I don't remember opening it. Cold air slipped through the crack, and with it something else. A sound. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Outside. Coming closer. I backed away from the door, heart pounding now, every instinct screaming at me to lock it, but my legs didn't respond fast enough. The radio spoke again, and this time the voice wasn't recorded. It was immediate. Present. Do not open the door. I froze, because I hadn't touched anything yet. Then the voice added something worse. You already did. A soft knock hit the wooden frame. Once, then again. Not urgent, not aggressive, patient, like whoever was outside knew I had time. I didn't move. My hand hovered near the table, near the radio, like it could somehow help me. The knocking stopped. Silence returned. Too clean, too sudden. Then the radio played something new. A file label. I didn't recognize it at first. Recovered audio segment. Subject final transmission. My mouth went dry. Final transmission. I wasn't dead. I wasn't even missing. Not yet. The recording began, and I heard myself. Breathing. Running. Wind tearing through trees. Panic in my own voice. I'm still on the trail. I don't know where it turned. The GPS keeps resetting. No, it's not resetting, it's changing. My blood turned cold. That recording was not from today, but it sounded like right now, like it was happening live somewhere else in the forest. My voice in the recording kept talking. Faster now. I see the cabin again. I saw it earlier too. I swear I passed it already. I stepped back instinctively. My eyes went to the window again. The forest outside looked the same, but something about the darkness between the trees felt tighter now. Closer. The voice on the recording started shaking. I'm not looping. I'm not looping. I'm not. Static swallowed the rest. Then silence. A long pause. Too long. I whispered without meaning to. Where am I in that? The radio answered instantly. Still walking. The room tilted slightly. My head felt heavy. I grabbed the table to steady myself, because suddenly I wasn't sure anymore. Was I inside the cabin? Or was I just the part of the recording that hadn't ended yet? Outside, something brushed against the wall. Slow. Dragging. Not footsteps this time. something waiting along the edge of the cabin, moving like it already knew I wouldn't run. And the radio, quiet now for the first time, clicked once, like a final page turning. Then it whispered one last line. Subject confirms awareness of loop integrity breach. I stared at the door, not because I wanted to, but because I couldn't look anywhere else. And for the first time since I arrived here, I wasn't sure if I was the one listening anymore. It started answering me, not like a recording playing on repeat, not like broken static or corrupted audio. It answered like it was listening. The moment I stared at the radio too long, the speaker light pulsed once, slow, controlled, like a heartbeat matching mine. Then the voice came through. You are still inside range. My throat tightened. I didn't speak, I didn't move. But the radio continued anyway. Do not attempt to disconnect. It increases signal attention. Signal attention. I stepped back from the table. The wooden floor creaked under my weight, too loud in the silence. Outside, the forest was completely still. No wind now, no movement. Even the insects had gone quiet. Like everything was waiting for my response. I forced myself to speak. Who is this? My voice sounded smaller than I expected. The radio paused, just a fraction of a second. Then it replied, You already asked that. My skin went cold, because it was right. I had asked that earlier, maybe out loud, maybe only in my head. But I didn't remember saying it near the radio. I turned toward the window again. The glass reflection showed me standing there. But something was wrong. My reflection wasn't looking at the radio. It was looking outside, like it was watching something I couldn't see. I stepped closer. It stepped closer too, but slightly slower. Delayed. The radio crackled again. You are not the first listener to notice delay variants. I froze. First listener. My words came out before I could stop them. The radio responded immediately. Correct, there were others. My stomach dropped. Others. I felt something shift in the air of the cabin. Not sound, not movement. Understanding. Like the space itself had just gotten heavier. I backed away slowly, eyes fixed on the radio. No, I whispered, that's not possible. The voice didn't argue. It didn't comfort. It just continued like a system reading facts. Previous listeners entered forest boundary. None returned to baseline state. Baseline state. I didn't like the way that sounded. Like returning wasn't about location. It was about condition. I grabbed the radio and shook it once. Stop talking like that. Tell me what you are. For a second, only static answered. Then, we are what remains after observation. My grip loosened without me realizing. Observation. That word felt wrong. Like it wasn't just describing watching. It was doing something. Outside, a branch cracked. I turned instantly toward the window. Nothing there. But the sound didn't feel random. It felt responsive. Like something outside had reacted to my conversation. The radio continued. You are generating higher feedback loops. I swallowed hard. Feedback loops of what? The answer came slower this time. Almost careful. Recognition. My head hurt suddenly, like pressure building behind my eyes. Recognition. I repeated it in my mind. The forest wasn't just hearing me. It was acknowledging me. And that was worse than being ignored. I stepped away from the table, moving toward the door without fully deciding to. My hand hovered near the handle. The radio spoke again. Louder now. Do not exit enclosure. I stopped. Enclosure. Not cabin, not shelter, enclosure. I turned my head slowly. What do you mean enclosure? The radio replied instantly. Boundary space established at signal convergence point. That meant nothing to me, but my body still reacted. Cold sweat forming under my shirt. Outside, the trees seemed closer than before. Not physically, visually, like the forest had leaned in while I wasn't paying attention. I stepped away from the door again. The radio crackled. Then something changed. The voice softened, not less intense, just more personal. You are becoming readable. My breath caught. Readable. Like text. Like data. Like something that could be interpreted. I whispered, I'm not a file. The radio answered. Correction, you are now both observer and record. My hands started shaking. This wasn't communication anymore. It was classification. The forest wasn't talking to me. It was categorizing me. Outside, something moved again. This time closer. Right against the wall of the cabin. Slow dragging sound. Not footsteps. Not animal. Something tracing the perimeter. Testing in. I backed into the center of the room without realizing it. My eyes kept flicking between the radio and the walls. The radio spoke again. You are reacting to perimeter validation. Stop saying things like that, I said louder now. Just stop. But my voice didn't feel like authority. It felt like noise. The radio ignored it. Reaction confirms active awareness state. I laughed once. Short, uncontrolled. Because that sounded exactly like what I was doing. Being analyzed while thinking I was resisting. The knocking came again. Not at the door this time. On the wall behind me. 3 slow taps. I spun around. Nothing there. But the wood felt warmer in that spot. Like something had just pressed against it from the other side. I stepped away instantly. The radio's light turned steady red. No flicker. No movement. Just constant. You are now synchronized with local forest memory layer. My voice came out weak. What does that mean? The answer didn't come immediately. A pause. Longer than before. Then, it means you are being remembered. My stomach dropped so hard, I had to grip the table to stay upright. Remembered. Not watched. Not tracked. Remembered. Like something was writing me into itself. I shook my head. No, I'm leaving. I'm done with this. I moved toward the door again, faster this time. But before I could touch it, the radio spoke one final line. And this one wasn't calm. It was certain. Leaving increases recursion probability. I stopped. Recursion. The radio answered softly. You already left. The silence after that hit differently. Not empty. Complete. Outside, the forest no longer felt like it was waiting. It felt like it had already finished deciding. I slowly turned back toward the window. My reflection was still there, but now it was facing me directly. Not delayed, not mirrored, present, and behind it in the glass. Something stood between the trees, just barely visible, not moving, watching the cabin like it had always been there. And the radio, in its final steady tone, whispered something that didn't feel like language anymore. Loop integrity maintained. I stepped back from the window without thinking. Because for the first time since this began, I wasn't sure if the forest was outside the cabin, or if the cabin had already been placed inside the forest's memory. It didn't feel like I was listening anymore. It felt like I was already inside it. The radio stayed quiet for a full 10 seconds after the last message. No static, no crackle, just silence so complete it felt unnatural. Then it spoke again. Soft, clear, personal. Update, subject classification has changed. My stomach tightened. I didn't touch the radio this time. I didn't even breathe at first, because I already knew what was coming next. Still, I asked, "What changed?" The voice answered immediately. "You are now listed." A cold wave went through my body. "Listed where?" I whispered. The radio paused. Not long, just enough to make it feel intentional. Then, missing register. The words didn't land at first. My brain tried to reject them before they even formed meaning. Missing register. Like a file. Like a record. Like something official. I stepped back from the table slowly, my chair scraping the wooden floor behind me. The sound felt too loud, too sharp in the silence. "No," I said under my breath. "That's not possible, I'm right here." The radio responded. Location confirmed, presence unstable. My hands started shaking again. Unstable presence. That sounded wrong in a way I couldn't explain. Not physical wrong. Existence wrong. I moved toward the window without thinking. The forest outside was darker now, not because night had deepened, but because it felt like something had dimmed it on purpose. Like someone turned the contrast down on reality. I pressed my hand against the glass. Cold. Too cold for indoor temperature. Behind me, the radio clicked. Subject attempting self-verification. I turned slightly. "What does that mean?" The answer came instantly. "Checking if you are still original instance." Original instance. My head started to hurt, like my thoughts were being pressed too tightly together. I looked at my hands. They looked normal, but I stared too long anyway, just in case they changed. The radio continued. Verification process initiated. "No," I said sharply. "Stop. I don't agree to anything you're doing." A pause. Then the radio spoke softer, almost polite. "Agreement not required." The lights in the cabin flickered. Once, twice, then stabilized. But something had changed. The silence wasn't empty anymore. It felt occupied, like I wasn't alone in it, even when nothing was visible. I backed away from the window slowly, and that's when I noticed it. The reflection was not delayed anymore. It was synchronized. Perfectly. Too perfectly. Every movement I made matched instantly. But the expression on my reflection's face was not mine. It was calmer, like it had accepted something I hadn't yet understood. My breath caught. I turned away fast. The radio spoke again. Matching complete. I shook my head hard. No, that's not real. That's not. It is documentation." My voice cracked. Documentation of what? The radio didn't answer immediately. Instead, I heard something new. Not static. Not voice. Paper flipping. Like pages turning inside the speaker. Slow. Deliberate. Then the voice returned. Entry added, unaccounted field presence. My knees felt weak. I grabbed the edge of the table just to stay upright. Unaccounted. That word made everything worse. Not missing. Not lost. Unaccounted. Like I was never properly placed in the system to begin with. The radio continued. "You will remain active until retrieval." I laughed once, but it came out wrong. Short, nervous. Retrieval by who? Silence. Then, by continuation. I didn't understand that. And I didn't want to. Outside, something moved across the window. Slow. Not fast enough to be an animal. Not upright enough to be a person. Just a shadow passing at the edge of visibility. I stepped back instantly. Heart racing. What was that? I whispered. The radio responded. Calm again. Previous entry. My blood turned cold. Previous what? Listed subject. My mind tried to reject it again. Previous entry. That meant someone else was here before me. Someone who didn't leave. Someone who became part of this system. I shook my head. No, I'm not part of anything. I came here alone. The radio paused. Then it said something that made my skin go numb. You did not arrive alone. I froze. What does that mean? No answer. Just silence. Heavier now. Pressing. Then the radio suddenly switched tone. Not system voice. Not file reading. Something closer. Almost conversational. Do you remember the first time you heard the signal? I swallowed hard. I don't know. The radio responded immediately. You do. My head started spinning. Images tried to form behind my eyes. A distant memory. Static on a device that wasn't this one. A sound I dismissed as interference. Something I ignored. Something I followed anyway. No, I whispered again. That was just research. The radio spoke softly. All entries believed that at first. My breath became shallow. I looked around the cabin again. It felt smaller now, like the walls had shifted inward slightly. Not physically noticeable, just enough to make the space feel wrong, like it was adjusting to contain me more efficiently. The radio continued. You are now integrated into ongoing record stream. I backed toward the door. My hand hovered near the handle. I'm leaving, I said. I don't care what you say. The radio didn't stop me. It just replied. Departure already logged. My hand froze on the handle. What? Movement recorded. Exit attempt acknowledged. I slowly turned my head toward the window again. The forest outside looked the same, but now I saw it differently. Not as trees, as structure, as something organized, something that knew where I was standing inside it. The radio's light turned steady red again. You are now part of missing list. I whispered, I'm not missing. The radio responded instantly. And this time it sounded almost final. Not yet. A long silence followed. The kind that doesn't feel empty. The kind that feels like waiting. Outside, the shadow passed the window again. Slower this time. Closer. And I realized something I didn't want to understand. It wasn't passing by. It was circling. The radio made one last sound. A soft tone. Like a notification. Then the voice returned for the final time. Stay tuned until you are found. The words hung in the air after it stopped. Not as sound. As instruction. And for the first time since I arrived at this cabin, I wasn't sure if I was waiting to be found, or if I was already being played back somewhere else.